I don't know when exact, but I'm working on an amendment to this with Drew Klein.
Oh, that one right.
Prime sponsor, Representative David Waters. He is always a senator, excuse me. I promoted you to rep, but that's okay. Senator Waters works very closely with us, and especially on a number of issues dealing with either higher education or career tech education, which are very important topics to us, and we really appreciate his input on these. And so today we're going to be opening up our first hearing on SB 24, relative conferring degree granting authority to the New England Aeronautical Institute. Welcome, Senator Waters.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee, Senator David Waters, District 4 to introduce Senate Bill 24. Some of you may be familiar with the process we go through to confer degree granting authority. The institution approaches the Department of Education, does all the paperwork it needs to do, gets the sign off from the commissioner, and then we have to pass a bill granting the actual authority, and then the Higher Education Commission does the detailed work on which degrees are accepted and so forth under these programs. We've done this most recently for Signum University, but if you look, we've done this quite a few times over the years. And I'm particularly interested in this because we are really growing an aeronautical industry in New Hampshire, aeronautical education programs, and this is a really good fit for us. The New England Aeronautical Institute, it's a new online institution based in Hollis, New Hampshire. It's a board of directors, 10 members who have long experience in the aviation industry. It's going to be conferring a Bachelor of Science in aviation, and it is intended for folks who are already in the industry, in the workforce, or want to come into the industry. And depending on if you are new to the industry, it might be a 3.5-year full-time study program, so a very thorough BA. And then if you're coming in as you've already been a pilot, for example, you can get up to a year's credit for the work that you've done in industry already. But that still would be a 2.5-year program. You can look at them online. I think you'll see a very good plan, a very strong educational program, and so I will leave it at that and be happy to answer such questions as I may be able to.
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Senator Waters, for bringing this forward. Has New England Aeronautical Institute operated in any other states so far?
This would be its first to receive accreditation.
Okay.
Yeah. And it is based in Hollis, so it's natural enough they come to us. And I think a lot of institutions find New Hampshire very good to work with and to get their credentialing here because it's well recognized in other states.
Okay, great. Thank you. And a follow-up to that.
Yes.
You said accreditation, but you're talking about degree granting authority.
Yeah.
And I think from the Signum experience, first comes degree granting authority and then comes accreditation?
Yeah.
Is that how that works? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Are there any other institutions in New England that offer the same programs as the New England Aeronautical Institute?
I don't know. I'm not sure what the other
Follow-up
places
comment?
are. Yeah.
Representative Appleby, I'm Representative Appleby. You're getting promoted
Yeah,
too.
we'll have some.
Do you have anything on that? Okay.
I can answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. It seems to, I recall years ago there was a Daniel Webster College, I think that was an aeronautical institution for degreed. Is this program mirrored after that, or is it anywhere similar?
Well, this is online.
Yes, I read
And
that.
it is able to offer experiential part of it. And, but in terms of the degree, in offering this bachelor's degree, that is, I think, a very standard degree in the way they have outlined it in
Okay.
terms of specializations within it. So I think the distinction here is it's an online institution.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? I have one, Senator. Has the Higher Education Commission, of course, they've reviewed the application and all. Were there any recommendations made to them in regard to bonding finance aspects of the commission to, and to ensure that they don't open up and then all of a sudden disappear and students losing whatever they put into it?
Well, thanks for your question. I can't really answer it. I just know that the Commissioner Blue has said that they've done their process and they have approved this moving forward. So perhaps Mr. Appleby can talk a little bit more about those aspects of it, but I think in a sense, like any business, those aspects would be covered by.
That's all part of the
Yeah.
commission study, which, Any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Senator, and
Thanks
have
so
a good
much.
day.
I'll see you later.
Yep, for sure. Okay, from the department, Steve Appleby. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. Thank you. For the record, Steve Appleby, Director of Educator Support and Higher Education at the Department of Ed. NEAI presented to the Higher Education Commission on May 10th of last year a proposal to start a new institution in our state. It is an online institution teaching aviation management and logistics. So their initial proposal came in front of the commission, Higher Ed Commission, which is a group of appointees with authority over approving programs and institutions, private institutions, not publics, in our state. So that was May 10th. We formed a review committee over the summer and conducted an in-depth review in August of 2022. The review team was led by Scott Stanley, Dean of Online Education at UNH, and had a number of other higher education members from other institutions. The committee worked extensively with the institution and with the leadership of the institution and made a number of recommendations. The institution fulfilled those. And at the February Higher Education Commission meeting, the committee made a recommendation to approve the institution, and the commission voted unanimously, of course, pending the legislature degree granting approval to approve the institution. There was no dissent.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward to us. Could you outline what the content of the curriculum is for this program, please?
Yes. So they seek to address a need in the marketplace that exists where there are a lack of qualified managers in the aviation industry. Right. So we know about the lack of pilots. This is not a pilot program, which is different than Daniel Webster's program many years ago was focused on pilots and mechanics. This is focused on management and very specifically, airline managers, logistics managers, those types of roles in the aviation industry globally. And this is a global organization. They're hoping to be. They see a real need in Africa and Asia for these individuals. So that's the content focus is management logistics.
Just for information for some of our committee members here, which are new, we've authorized a number of institutions, frankly, all over the world, including those in Italy and Lebanon, because they're out of New Hampshire. Could you please explain, Steve, a little bit about the makeup of the commission, our college presidents, et cetera, so that they know who is doing the review of these applications?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Higher Education Commission is a statutory body that includes essentially all of our four-year public college presidents, so the presidents of Keene, Plymouth, Durham, Grant State College, for a little longer, as well as the chancellors of both of our public higher education systems, two presidents from the community college system, and they rotate over the years. And then there are a number of spots for private college presidents. So currently the president of New England College, the president of Franklin Pierce University, they serve on the commission as well. And then there are some lay members. So it is really, it's the higher education leaders from our state on this commission.
Are there, yes, Representative Myler?
Thank you. A question was raised, I think, by the chair of Senator Waters. When you do your review, what's the bonding issue that you're looking for as it relates to ensuring that students who engage in this process will not be left high and dry around that? We've had a bill that came before us this session on this. Could you just outline what you look at when you are doing this review?
Yes.
Indemnification.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. So the previous bill that came was for licensed career schools. They are non-degree granting. And in the case of higher education, it's a little different, and it's really there is no statutory requirement for bonding in the higher education world. But it is taken case by case. In the case of Sigmund University, the review team felt and the legislature agreed that bonding would be wise. In the case of NEAI, their finances are extremely strong. The review team reviewed their finances in depth. In fact, one of the review team members is the CFO from a local college and really spent a lot of time with their finance folks reviewing, looking at who's investing, looking at bank lines of credit, and they're very well capitalized. So no bonding requirement was put into the recommendation from the review team.
Further questions from the committee? Yes.
Thanks. I guess to what extent does the Higher Education Commission also consider and Senator Waters mentioned this, the experience and membership on the Institute's board of directors, and I was wondering what sort of experience and backgrounds is the Higher Education Commission looking for, in particular as it relates to aviation management and logistics organization.
Great. So thank you for the question, Representative. So the review team looks at the board of directors again as part of its overall review, and depending on the makeup of that board, may make recommendations. In the case of NEAI, they came before the commission initially with their proposal with a very strong board with individuals from the aviation industry, an individual from the global accreditor of aviation programs, as well as a number of local leaders in higher education and politics here in our state. So it's a very strong board in this case. And again, because of the folks involved, the review team and ultimately the commission were very comfortable with the level of experience and expertise. And in fact, the president of NEAI is Dr. Trian Flores, who was the former dean of the Daniel Webster Flight Program for many years, and is also a commercial pilot. So he has extensive ties and knowledge of the industry.
Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm really not familiar with this industry at all, so I'm just curious, since you say it's not training pilots per se, what type of careers are they being trained to do? What kind of positions would they hold after they graduated?
Thank you for the question. So these are management and logistics management positions within, the aerospace industry. So if you think about a UPS or even American Airlines, they have managers, and those managers need to know the aviation industry. They're not just off-the-shelf folks, right? They have very specialized knowledge for those positions. So the school seeks to train individuals, some of whom may be current pilots looking to move up, but train them for these roles. If we think about UPS, that's logistics is their whole world. Amazon very often, and so there's a real need for these types of folks in these positions. So they're management, but a real focus on the aviation industry.
Thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Will they be, I know the last time we were reviewing an application like this, we asked if they would receive Pell Grants, if they're going to be open to that scrutiny. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. No, they will not be. They are not pursuing regional accreditation yet. There is a process with NETCHI, the regional accreditor, for New England, and that process multi-years in length. So in the case of NEAI, they will not be accepting financial aid or Pell Grants
At this time.
at this time. If they choose to pursue regional accreditation in the future, then they would be.
That's the next step.
Right, but that's probably a 5-year process with the accreditor. So it would be quite a ways in the future.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Why, in this process through degree granting authority, why does this come before accreditation? Why doesn't accreditation come first and then degree granting authority would seem to be the ultimate final step?
Thank you for that question. Actually, the accreditors mandate that this is the first step. They don't want to talk to a school that doesn't have state level approval. So for their process at NETCHI, they look for degree granting authority to be granted locally before they will consider someone for accreditation. And that is why we have international institutions such as the University of Madaba or Hellenic American, because they had to come and get a state approval before they could approach, in this case, NETCHI, formerly NEASC, the regional accreditor. So it's just the order of the steps, and it's really driven by the accreditor ultimately.
Yes, yes.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, have there been, I guess, institutions where the legislature has granted degree granting authority, who have then failed to acquire the expected accreditation?
Thank you for that question. I believe so. I spent 10 years on the Higher Education Commission, and I don't recall it happening during that time. So going back almost 20 years, I don't recall it in recent memory.
Okay, so just to follow up on that, and I'm not going to get into a big Signum type of thing, but Signum,
Thank you.
I think, was the last organization. I see that their president's on the board of directors of this organization here, but just wondering, have they successfully then received accreditation and have begun granting degrees?
So they are working with an accreditor currently. They're in the accreditation process. Again, it's a multi-year, multi-step process, typically around 5 years in length. And they are working through that process and meeting the milestones as they go.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards on SB 24, excuse me? Not seeing any. We will close this hearing, and in 5 minutes, we will start the next hearing. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
She could schedule HHS in here for April 5th and April 12th. That's the next 2 Wednesdays.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be scheduling here at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be fine. So good morning again to all our public, and for the committee members here and the public. We are now going into the hearing on Senate Bill 215. This is relative to nursing certification requirements. And I'd like to welcome Senator Lou D'Alessandro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And, it's an array of characters I see.
Yeah. Yeah, right in front of us.
A wonderful group. I want to tell you that in 1972, I was elected to the House of Representatives, and I served on the Committee on Education. That was my first assignment, and it was a completely unique experience for me. Being my first time as a legislator, and it was a great committee. And I don't know if they still have it, Mr. Chairman, but we had our end of the session party for the committee, which I thought was great camaraderie and great relationships are established in the legislature, and it was always a good idea. So first of all, thanks so much for allowing me to come before you to speak on my legislation. It's a privilege to be here, and thank you so much for taking the time. The bill is a very simple one. It's an important bill at the right time. And I must say that out of full disclosure, my daughter-in-law is a school nurse. She's a school nurse at Concord High School, and prior to that was a school nurse at Pittsfield High School. As recently as last year, a school could hire a school nurse with an associate's degree in nursing if the nurse goes on to complete a bachelor's program within 6 years of the date of hire. However, given the sunset in the current law, this ended on July 1st, 2022. This bill reinstates this important pathway that was previously available to school nurses and schools hiring nurses during a time of immense workforce pressure and a nursing shortage. Senate Bill 215 is the result of nurses in Manchester who first brought this to my attention, working together with the New Hampshire School Nurses Association. And I might say that all of the parties were in concert with regard to this piece of legislation. All of the parties. We brought them together, and they came up with the right solution. It allows schools to hire a school nurse holding an associate's degree, but still recognizes the continuing importance of the bachelor's degree. This is because school nursing is now a high specialty in nursing. The knowledge base you need is very expansive and continues to grow and evolve. This is also consistent with the current practice in acute care settings, which advertise BSN preferred. In other words, nurses hired without a BSN are similarly required to enroll in a bachelor's program. But again, this bill also reflects workforce realities. This is why August 25th, 2019 is included because different requirements apply to nurses hired on and before August 21st, 2019. This is a reasonable approach that protects our school children. As all of us know, school nursing has become a very, very, very difficult job. And I can tell you that out of personal experience. My daughter-in-law goes in at 8 in the morning and is busy until the closing of school on a daily basis. And they are really required to do a lot more than just talk to an individual student. It's a very, very difficult job. There's a lot of pressure, and this bill takes care of a problem. It allows us to move forward. It retains the BSN, and it allows us, like in the city of Manchester, to have RNs and gives them an opportunity to get the BSN. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I would appreciate your support of this piece of legislation, as it's good for New Hampshire, it's good for the schools, and it's good for the nurses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator D'Alessandro. Are there questions for the senator? Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Thank you for being here, Senator. I'm just curious, so it expired in July of 22. Do we know what percentage of associate degree nurses actually went on to get their bachelor's?
That's a great question. I don't have those stats, but I believe that somebody must have them. I don't have them before me, but I would think that the pressure to get a BSN is really existent, and people are moving in that direction. And we got some very, very super BSN programs here in New Hampshire. St. A's offers a wonderful BSN program. I think Rivier University, and of course the University of New Hampshire offers, and we expanded our capacity at the University of New Hampshire by 50 students. We're allowed to get 50 more. So I'm sure that process is moving in a rapid direction upward.
Okay, thank you for taking my question, and thank you for
You're welcome.
supporting school nurses.
Thank you.
Representative Damon?
I do have a question. I want to also just add to your list of institutions in the state offering RN programs, Colby Sawyer College and River
Yes.
Valley Community College. And Colby Sawyer does the BSN program. My question is where the basis of the 6-year time frame, other than the pre-existing law, it seems like a long time. Is there any explanation of why it's that long to get to the bachelor's?
I think others could give you testimony as to why that was present. I think it was an accommodation. It seems to be, and I do appreciate the fact that Colby Sawyer has a program. They're working in conjunction with Hitchcock, Dartmouth Hitchcock, and it just shows you the dramatic need we have for nurses. I mean, it truly is. It's one of the real problems that we have in our schools. Not only do we need nurses, but we also need social workers, to be honest with you. And the nurses are being asked to do all of that work at the present time, and that's way beyond what they were brought on for.
Just a few years ago, we put a 4-year degree program in at PSU as well.
Right.
And that program is overloaded with applications. There's just so many seats available. That's the problem. Representative?
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I'm familiar with the program, the nursing program at St. Hayes, because I taught there and had some of the nurses for my students. And it's a very rigorous full-time program. And so I imagine the others are too. I'm just left wondering how a nurse at a school, working at a school, would be able to go to a program like that, or just a concern. I don't know if you have any feedback on that.
Could you kind of explain to me what you're querying?
My question is that so you have a nurse at a school, working at a school with an associate's, who then has to get a bachelor's degree in 6 years. But I know that some of these programs I'm familiar with was so regimented, their schedule, like how none of them had jobs outside. So are there other programs that would address this? I don't see how they'd be able to a program like that, which I don't know if Riviere's like that, but how would the logistics of this work, of them getting into a program and balancing it, the education with their job?
Yeah, well, good point. And it's a really good point. And I know the program at St. A's is rigorous, and it's compact, and they don't have an extension program, which is a little bit problematic. I taught at St. A's for a number of years, so I can tell you that I appreciate the nurses there, but it's not easy. It's not easy. You have to find a place that offers the courses and to move forward. So, it's an emphasis on the value of continuing education and how important it is that programs are available that people can access not on a full-time basis, but on a part-time basis, and can get their degree.
Further questions? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
This bill has a fiscal note, but then turning to the fiscal note, it says this bill will have no impact on revenue or expenditures. So why is there a fiscal note?
Thank you very much for the question. I don't know, sometimes we ask for fiscal notes because it's unclear, but this has no fiscal impact at all.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, the fiscal note issue is an issue.
Right, that's an
After
issue.
notes come, there's no money in it at all.
Right.
And we know later there needs to be money in it, but Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Senator. It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
A question about capacity, and I guess that goes back to the question around how many people do we have who have associate's degrees who now would be covered under this? I mean, all the programs I'm familiar with are packed. As a matter of fact, there's a little story that valedictorian from Dover High School was not accepted into the nursing program at UNH because she didn't have a high enough grade point average. And that's a very competitive, if we have significant numbers of people,
Right.
where are they going to go and how are they going to get in? I guess that's my question.
Well, it's a great question, and I think let me try to give you an answer that it boggles my mind. We had a wonderful nursing program at New Hampshire Hospital, and we discontinued it. We actually trained psychiatric nurses at one time at New Hampshire Hospital. There's a tremendous demand for psychiatric nurses, but all of a sudden we don't have any programs. Every hospital in this state used to have a nurses program. I remember Elliott's program. I think maybe Sacred Heart and Notre Dame had nurses, but we discontinued those programs out of I think maybe it was an economic issue, and as a result, we are the genesis. We're the creation of our own problem, and as a result of this, we've got to build and. We've got to get things going. Now, we did great, this legislature did great work when we gave the University of New Hampshire additional funds to create 50 more slots for nurses. Now, that's a step forward, and that program is highly competitive. You're exactly right. It's highly competitive. And even outstanding students are in competition with one another, and they can't get in. The time to expand the nursing programs is here, and we've got to do more. Now, St. Joseph's instituted an associate degree program in nursing a few years ago, St. Joseph's Hospital. And that, again, that was part of a situation where they discontinued a program at one time and reinstated it because of the demonstrated need. But clearly the needs there. We need spaces, and we got to think about. We have to think about that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a number of pink cards here from the Nurses Association, from the school nurses, from various organizations. Every one of these cards is in support. So if we have some technical questions that are specific to the Nurses Association, we have folks here that can answer those for us.
Great.
Hopefully. So are there any other questions for our representative? Senator D'Alessandro, Lou, yeah. We think an awful lot about you, and you're just wonderful, and you've done a lot for the state, and we certainly appreciate it, even if you are UNH grad, not a Maine.
Well, we beat Maine. That's all I can say. We beat Maine.
I know. That's not the way it used to be in baseball. You know it, I know it.
You're right about that.
Yeah. Okay, anything else of the senator? Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the courtesy.
You're always
and,
welcome.
Great to
Always
see all
welcome.
of you. Thank you.
We're going to have Nancy Wells next from the New Hampshire School Nurses Association. And this building's not very handicapped accessible, is it? Have a good one. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, committee members. It's nice to be back. My name is Nancy Wells, and I'm the liaison for the New Hampshire School Nurses Association. Department of Education, school nurse, health coordinator, and I'm here in support of the bill, Senate Bill 215, as it's been amended. This would allow the school district to hire a nurse with an associate degree through the provision that the nurse achieves
Yes.
BSN within 6 years.
Press the silver button.
Oh, I am so sorry. Is that better?
That's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. And the reason we use the 6 years is because it's 2 certification cycles, and for some of our nurses trying to go back to school, it does take a while to go while you're working. So I hope that answers that question for you. This does give the school district the flexibility to find and hire a nurse with the assurance that the nurse will be achieving the skills and education essential for this specialty practice of school nursing. Today's school nurse is working in a very fast-paced, multidisciplined setting, responsible for meeting the needs of all children, including the increased number of students with multiple complex physical and mental health issues. This requires the nurse to have strong skills in clinical care, in critical thinking, advocacy, leadership, and the ability to match her practice to the ever-changing evidence as new research emerges. This means not only can the nurse provide immediate and care and procedures for students with asthma, with seizure disorders, with anaphylaxis, and multiple physical conditions, but also includes the planning with school staff and teachers, how to keep students safe and successful in their classroom and fully participate in school activities. The nurse also must work with local healthcare providers, the state agencies, including the Division of Public Health, the Division of Child and Youth and Family, Environmental Services, and unfortunately, the Homeland Security in this day and age, as well as other service organizations within the community. Bridging the two worlds of healthcare and education, the nurse must be able to speak the language of education as well as integrate students' health needs into that education milieu. The baccalaureate nursing education provides specific coursework in pediatrics and in public health, both are core specialties within the school nursing specialty. These content areas are not emphasized in the associate level programs with the structured semester-long clinical experiences that we find in the baccalaureate education. We need to continue to guarantee excellent school nurses for our students, for our parents, our administrators, and our full school communities. This is in keeping with national standards as well as area state standards for professional nursing across all practice areas. As a matter of fact, some of our local surrounding states are now requiring a master's degree for school nurses. The importance of qualified school nurses was no more imperative than it was during the past few years with the pandemic. And our communities really do need to be assured that all school nurses can provide the quality nursing services that our students and schools deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Yes, Representative Tanner. Then Representative Miley.
Thank you. I want to thank you and all the school nurses in New Hampshire for the effort you've put through COVID and after COVID, trying to get these kids to, get back in school and stay in school. It's really been important. I'd like you to speak a little bit about the role of the school nurse, particularly in our rural areas, how they're dealing a little bit differently than perhaps the nurses in Manchester and Nashua, where hospitals and doctors are readily available.
The school nurse is frequently the primary medical person that families and children actually see. So they're the ones who actually do triage as to what kind of healthcare that we might have to have. Plus, they've had the connections with the healthcare facilities that may be surrounding and making sure that we have those students with a clear path to get to the help, the care that they need. So, yeah, it's different.
Thank you, Representative Myler.
Well, thank you for being here. It's always nice to see you.
Hi, Mel.
A question that I guess I have, we've had the issue of licensing of nurses before this committee before, and there was always a hesitation of watering down the qualifications to become a school nurse. My sense is that based upon your testimony, you feel that this is not a watering down, but it's basically trying to address the particular needs. So that's my first question. The second question, if you could outline for the committee, based upon your years of experience as a school nurse, how has it changed? What when you came in to be a school nurse years ago to what the actual responsibilities are, what has been some of the changes that have taken place? So those two questions, if you could answer those, thank you.
Okay. The certification itself is definitely something that will make sure that there's a guarantee because we've now established some specific skills that we need to have. What's changed is I started my career as an emergency room nurse, and I thought I was golden walking through the door, but the problems aren't just first aid. They aren't just recognizing a hot appendix or recognizing a broken bone. It's really looking at all the social determinants of health that we have that impact this child coming to school. Can they sleep? Do they eat? Can they Do they have health issues that are related to mental health issues? So that's kind of what's changed. And it's important to realize that the school nurse is part of a team. If we work with our social workers, we work with our school guidance counselors, and we work with teachers as well as our school administrators. It's really a lot more complicated. The other issue we have is we have children that are recovering from being in a NICU, and they usually have some kind of sequela, which would mean they may very well have seizure disorders. They may have developmental issues. I now have to do catheterizations in school. I have to do colostomy care. I have to do tracheostomy care. So it's a lot more complicated than certainly the first days that I was a school nurse.
Yes, Representative Portiello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And it's similar to the one I asked the senator, so perhaps you have more familiarity with where will these nurses who are working at these schools, where will they go for this education? A lot of these programs, like I mentioned, I'm familiar with one of them, are very rigorous, full-time. So how will you accommodate the need for the education?
There are multiple programs, and even in the state, there are also some that are online with appropriate clinical assignments as well that are planned. So school nurses can do that. I personally went back to school for a nurse practitioner as I was working full-time, so it can be done. So like Granite State College has a good program which takes, the associate degree nurse and has coursework. It's one of the reasons we looked at 2 certification cycles, which would be the 6 years, because if you're working, and particularly if you're a working parent, it's really difficult to get in all of those credit hours in a very short period of time. So that's kind of where but there's several programs around, so.
Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just to follow up on that, life happens. What happens if it's 6 years, you're not done?
I don't have an answer for that. That would be the decision of the Department of Ed in terms of continuing their certification.
Yes, Representative Paterno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. As a former nurse myself, I know we've been working long and hard encouraging nurses to achieve their bachelor's degree. I mean, it's been 30 years since I graduated, and we're still having the same conversation. Do you think 6 years is long enough? How many associate degree nurses do we have actually working as school nurses, and will we achieve this goal in 6 years?
I hope, number one, I hope so. I do not have the number of how many nurses we have that are associate degrees versus that, but we can get that information for you. Right now, I think we have more baccalaureate nurses than we have associate degree nurses. And we're kind of looking at this because we're starting to have a nursing shortage. We want to get ahead of it. So,
Further questions? Yes, Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I want to piggyback on the issue of how many. Somebody's got to know how many nurses or associate nurses are working now that would then come under the new legislation. And that becomes important, I think, from my perspective, because we got a bottleneck. If there are 100 nurses out there who are associates, and they all have to get a BA within 6 years, and almost all of the programs in the state have an acceptance rate of like 5 to 10% with a 90% rejection rate, where do the applications for these people fall, let alone having the capacity there? How do you determine whether this school nurse goes to the top of the list ahead of everybody else or in the middle? I mean, they're just questions. I think about implementation. I think it's a great bill. I just think that in my mind, capacity is really huge here. And I understand how much time was spent and effort was spent adding 50 slots to UNH. But if we're talking about significant numbers of people here, there's an issue that has to be dealt with. That's all.
That's a good question. I think it's important to remember that most of our nurses across the state have already been grandfathered or already been certified. So this is basically for new hires.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So when you said grandfathered, it says all school nurses hired after August 2019. So if they were hired before that, they're all set.
They were grandfathered.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Okay, we have a number of others that want to come up and testify too on this bill. And we do have the department here as well. And some of those questions, that Art just mentioned might be answered there. If not, we can go right to the colleges themselves and go to the nursing programs and get that response. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Sean Parr, please. Sean from the Manchester School Board.
Thank you very much, Chair Ladd. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I just wanted to thank this committee. I know that this committee in particular has done a Herculean amount of work this year so far, and I was very impressed by how much went through the House last week, and I just wanted to say thank you for all the work, because I know it's a lot. My name is Sean Parr. I'm on the Manchester School Board, where I sit on the Policy Committee and chair the Education Legislation Committee. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Manchester School Board, which has authorized me to advocate in support of allowing school districts to hire school nurses with an associate's degree. As you heard, pursuant to changes in this law that took effect on July 1st, 2022, the Manchester School District is no longer able to hire nurses with an associate's degree in nursing into a School Nurse 1 position, as outlined in the New Hampshire Education Regulations. The current version of RSA 200.29 requires the district to hire new school nurses with a bachelor's degree, which effectively nullifies our School Nurse 1 position. The district has many valued school nurses that were grandfathered under an older version of the law and that provide excellent care to our students, and the district is already experiencing great difficulty in hiring school nurses now. SB 215 will allow us to consider applicants with associate's degrees and will better enable us to remain fully staffed with a team of school nurses across our 21 schools. We ask for your support of this bill, and thank you very much for your consideration.
I do have a question for you, Sean. Has the Manchester School District had to get into the business of contracted services for various agencies to provide nurses where you may have a shortage?
Yes.
Further questions, Representative Perino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What is a School Nurse 1 position, assuming there's different levels?
Sure. So the School Nurse 1 position was at the associate's level school nurse position there, and so that's what we cannot hire for. We had a slot for that as one type of hire that could be done within the district there, and so above that would be the bachelor's level nurse, school nurse 2, etc. Yeah.
Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually following up on your question. So in the need to use contract nurses, I'm asking you to state the obvious. What's the cost impact of that?
I'm not sure I have the exact cost impact, but it is much more expensive, yes. And it is a big burden for our district. There's no doubt. I think we're on the order of 7 or 8 nurses in that category, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So if it's 7 or 8 out of 21 schools that each have at least one nursing position, you're telling us that a third or so are contract nurses?
We do need to hire school nurses,
Wow.
yes.
Yeah, that's happening all over the state. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is there any, in your school district, is there any monitoring of the progress that these nurses are making so that all of a sudden year 6, you know, it's like, oh gosh, I'm not going to be able to do it? I mean, is there a mentoring support system for these nurses?
I believe there is support. I'm not aware of a monitoring at this point there. So this will be for new hires there since 2019 there, and I don't have that number for you in terms of how many we have in that category that would need to be monitored to make sure they finish within 6 years.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Further, Representative Lekis.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It's kind of big. I'm trying to understand, have you have had associate's degree nurses in the past in your school?
And we still do.
And you still do. Do they do a fine job? Have you had any problems with them?
No problems. They're excellent.
Is there a reason then that they need to get their bachelor's if they're doing fine with the associates?
Well, I think that refers to the kind of 30-year process that's been referred to a couple of times, that there's been an urge to have nurses have that bachelor's credential there. And I'm afraid I can't speak to the history of that as well as perhaps those behind me there.
But from your experience,
from my experience, the nurses have them in our.
As of July 1st, 2022, all school nurses hired in the state of New Hampshire must have a bachelor's degree or higher and be certified through the Department of Education. While the state does not require school nurses to be schools to be staffed with nurses, it is of course preferred to having an administrator with little or no medical experience, and especially with the increasing complex medical needs of students. The trouble is, school districts are struggling to hire nurses, and the requirement of a bachelor's degree is a contributing factor to that problem. I believe that the original law was well-intentioned, but misguided for a multitude of reasons. And I believe as part of my research, I reviewed the NCLEX pass rates from 2014 to 2021. For those who may not know, that's a national exam for those who wish to work as a nurse. Associate and bachelor's programs in New Hampshire are equivalent regarding their pass rates over the 8-year span, with associate degree programs averaging a total 92.47% pass rate and bachelor's programs totaling an average 91.51% pass rate. This indicates statistically no difference in the quality of nurses coming out of each program. I also believe that the law, as is, can have unforeseen consequences of being discriminatory against many in society, such as single parents and those who live in low-income areas or come from low-income families who cannot afford the tuition to a school with a bachelor's program. Some will say that my advocacy, financial literacy, and research abilities are proof of the benefits of requiring nurses to obtain a bachelor's degree. I must respectfully disagree on the grounds that these individuals did not know me prior to my being enrolled for my bachelor's, including my many years of advocacy and fundraising for the youth of Manchester through nonprofits and
the shortage. A lot of workers are able to negotiate their starting step. And somebody coming in, say with a bachelor's degree, could argue that you should start me at step 5, something like that.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Durkin, for your testimony this morning. I know there's probably others that may follow that may be in position to answer this question as well, but I think you may be as well. I think first it would sort of a question about statewide how many positions are unfilled, but I want to tie it to a comment you made, which is you appreciated the Senate's quick action on this. We've got about 2.5 months left of the school year. Would quick action be able to have any impact on school districts and their students in what's left of the school year? And how could you quantify that?
That's a very good question, and I guess the way it may be able to help is we are coming up, also to the end of the school year too. So the sooner this legislation is in place, the sooner they can start acting on hiring, even not for this year, but for next year. A lot of school departments do their hiring at the end of the school year with a start date for September. So the sooner the better, definitely. Thank you.
I know you're from the Mass area.
Yes, sir.
Are we in competition with what's going on with schools down just over the line? Folks live on either side and they go back and forth for work. Are we seeing some of our nurses going to Massachusetts due to the fact that they may be paying, a person with a bachelor's more than $30 an hour or something such as that?
I don't have any hard figures on that, but I'm sure you are, sir. It is definitely a employees market right now, and going back to the even within Massachusetts, there is in wages that are being offered. And I'll go back to the example of my sister in Lowell, where they had over the past couple of years had lost about 10 nurses to other Massachusetts school districts because the wage levels were so low. We've since been able to address that and get them up to speed, but up to par. But the damage was done in that city anyway.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Paula.
Can address some of the things that have already been brought up. Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure to see you all. And I'll be very brief in my own testimony. The New Hampshire School Nurses Association supports the amendment to SB 215. The amendment is what will allow school districts to hire associates prepared nurses with a condition that they enroll in a Bachelor of Nursing program and complete it within 6 years. This should immediately increase the number of nurses available to interview for school nursing positions. And we know that the nursing shortage is here to stay for the immediate future. We hope that you will pass this bill as it was amended. Now, there are several other points that I would like to bring up after hearing other people testify. There was a question about who is following these nurses and being sure that they are meeting the criteria. And a simple answer to that is the certification board for the Department of Education. Every school district should be monitoring the continuing education that a nurse takes and applying that toward their certification board when their renewal comes up. It's actually each school district that then approves the person for the certification board. The question came up about not enough bachelor's nursing programs in the state. We do a pretty good job of connecting our school nurses at our conferences with many, many online programs who are scrambling to get these nurses enrolled into their program. For example, we have Elms College, who will be at our conference this Saturday, and nurses will have a chance to talk to them about their online programs. These online schools are in regular touch with us. They are very aware that New Hampshire's recently passed the caveat that their associate's degrees nurses must continue in their education, and they're scrambling to get the business, so to speak. The person that spoke from the Manchester School Board, I hopefully I have answered the question of who's monitoring these school nurses. Let's see, let's address Manchester struggling to hire. And we do know from past history, and we do know from a very comprehensive salary survey that our association has done, that Manchester is far below, unfortunately, other school districts. So Manchester's losing their nurses to other school districts. Are they crossing the border into Massachusetts? Possibly. Massachusetts requires a bachelor's upon hire and has for quite some time. And they encourage all of their school nurses to then go on and get their master's. The pay in Massachusetts, yes. I live in a border town. I've looked into it many times and in fact worked part-time for one of their school districts during the summer, which paid significantly more than New Hampshire does. Continuing education, once these nurses are in a bachelor's program, the fact that they're in that bachelor's program does count toward their continuing education. And the continuing education that they have to complete for their nursing license is 30 hours every 2 years. The certification board at the DOE requires 15 hours every year. So they can use their continuing ed for both of those mandates that they must meet. So there's no additional continuing education that they have to meet in order to keep their certification. It's the same hours that they would have had for their license. And the nice part about that is that the OPLC and the Board of Nursing does no tracking of continuing education hours. Now we've got the school districts who, through the certification board, should care about the continuing education of their nurses and be monitoring that just like they do their teachers. Do we need quick action on passing this bill? Absolutely, because school districts are looking and hiring now for next school year. We have currently 8 nurses who have reported someone who's retiring. As far as schools that are without a nurse, we still do know that Hinsdale has been without a nurse all year. and the nurse that was in that position reports to me that she had to leave the position because of low pay. She just couldn't make ends meet. Single mother, bringing up her kids. She feels very bad.
Thank you, and thank you again to all the school nurses for all they've been doing, over COVID and afterwards. We know that, and we've heard that both associates and bachelors take the same RN exam and are both highly qualified to be nurses. Could you speak a little bit to the specialty of school nursing that needs over and above the associate's degree, or maybe it doesn't? So that's one of the questions that we've had.
Yeah, let's look, for example, the associate degree nurse. Yes, they take the same test and they pass the same test. It allows them entry into the nursing profession. So if they go to work in a hospital and decide that the oncology unit that they rotated through during their nursing education, if they decide that I want to be an oncology nurse, they take more courses. There's actually a certification in oncology nursing that they can get through the American Nurses Association if they so choose. Many hospitals will set up someone to help nurses with what continuing education do you need for us to call you an oncology nurse and to move you up the ranks? So the same in school nursing. Although the certification department did not want to get involved in developing courses for school nursing, we do have, there is a national certification that they can take through the National Board of Certification for school nurses, but that's not being required. Elms College has developed a master's in school nursing just for the school nurses of New Hampshire, and they'll be implementing that this school year for the nurses that want to move up. But do they need and want further education? They absolutely should, and we would hope that the school districts would take those nurses under their wings and say, we'd like to see you take some college courses in public health or this arena or that arena, because since inclusion happened, which has been many, many years, the role of the school nurse just keeps expanding and expanding. And we talk to our school nurses, we'd like them to be leaders within the school, because administration doesn't know what they don't know, and they need to be at the table and speak up and say, we'd like to see this, or I've got some resources. I can bring in a vaccination clinic if that's what you want. I've got some resources that I can bring in for your teachers for continuing education. They need to know more about diabetes. They need to know more about the health situations that are going to affect a child's learning. So they really are a liaison between the parent, the school, the teachers, the administration. It's a specialty practice for sure.
We do have several more pink cards here, so are there any? Yes, Representative Leno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. McKinnon, for being here again for these bills, and also I would thank you and everybody, I think, for a well done collaborative effort. I think it's great when we see legislation coming forward that's built this way, that clearly moves things forward for all Granite Staters. But I want to, I'm thinking you may be the right person to ask. There may be others that could help answer this, but I want to sort of take this more through an operational question. I was on a school board for 12 years, and so I certainly saw a lot of collective bargaining agreements and things like that. And from time to time, the superintendent would be in a position where they needed to hire, let's say, a teacher with an alt certificate or something that didn't quite fit the normal practice. But I'm wondering, with certainly many collective bargaining agreements in place right now that may not have an associate's track on them, is there a means for a superintendent to hire an associate level nurse and have them on or off the collective bargaining agreement? Or is there additional legislation that would need to be sort of taken up in conjunction with this to provide that sort of emergency capability until either the CBA could be reopened or renegotiated?
Okay, when we did our salary survey, we looked at every single contract in the state, and specifically, we looked for its recognition clause. And in the vast majority of contracts that we looked at, the nurses were recognized in that clause, which then meant that they were under the teacher contract. That does not mean that they had to be paid as a teacher. And we found about 15% of the nurses across the state were in a separate pay category. But we have found since the legislation in 2016 and certification came on board that many nurses renegotiated those contracts and got put on teacher pay at the bachelor level. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so partially. In this case, you know, the nurse may be coming on at an associate's level, working towards a bachelor's level, and I'm just wondering in these collective bargaining agreements that you've reviewed, if and in Hopkinton where I was on the board, the nurses were they were categorized.
I think this English, like whatever electives you have to take to it. I'm not familiar with all of them. And professionalism in nursing, I think, is one of them. Sometimes there's like different roles that nurses can have. It's varied.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The last card which we have is Steve Appleby from the Department of Education. We have a number of other committees are looking at shortage teachers. We're looking at the Higher Education Committee too, looking at teacher preparation institutions as well as teacher preparation institutions here in the state. But Steve, I do have one question for you that's come to my mind here. We've heard about online courses. Obviously, there has to be some way of, like we have the Higher Education Commission here, which we've talked about, we authorize, but they're approved by the Higher Commission, to function as a four-year institution in our state. Well, how are we certifying or understanding that this online program is cutting the mustard?
Thank you for the question. Chair. For the record, Steve Appleby, Director of Educator Support and Higher Education at the Department of Ed. So in the nursing world, there's a subject matter, and the name escapes me, accreditor that accredits nursing programs nationwide, right, that our colleges participate in. So, and additionally, the Board of Nursing is very, very involved with these programs, right? They have to maintain pass rates for their graduates. So in not all instances does the Higher Ed Commission have to approve an individual degree program. For example, our public colleges, the Higher Education Commission has no jurisdiction over the public colleges. So we look to the accreditor very typically to maintain the quality piece. So,
is that a NETCHI-like organization?
Yes. So we have institutional accreditors such as NETCHI, the Western Commission of the States, there are, I believe it's 5 regional accreditors around the country that accredit institutions, but then we also have subject matter accreditors so for example, UNH, the Paul School of Business, has an accreditation from the business accreditor, right? That's very high level. In Ed Prep, CAPE exists, which accredits teacher prep programs, educator preparation programs. So there's institutional level accreditation, and then there's subject matter accreditation.
Okay, I think we're going to get down in the weeds too far here, but we need to look at that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I just share some numbers? I heard the question come up several times.
Go ahead.
Just some quick information for the committee. There are currently approximately 488 licensed school nurses through the Department of Education. And it's important to note that every one of these individuals also holds a Board of Nursing license. So they hold 2 licenses. Within that 488, we have 32 currently near as we can tell, that hold only an associate's degree. So the question came up before, I think, from Representative Ellison about how many are we talking about. It's 32 individuals currently. At most, it could be less. Only tracks with the Manchester District's position title. The School Nurse 1 license, we have 32 individuals who hold it, and those are individuals who attain that license because they only had an associate's. They may have since gotten a bachelor's but not renewed. And the effect of this legislation will allow those 32, if they haven't completed, to renew. Currently today, when they expire and they only have an associate's, there is no path to renewal. So this legislation would give them another 6 years. So.
Do you have any idea of the number of seats that are available either at Plymouth State, UNH, St. Anselm's, or other that are available, and how many of those seats are occupied by out-of-state students?
I do not. I do not have the information. We could survey.
Yeah. Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you see the effective date as being problematic? Like right now, school districts are hiring. So if we've got to wait, once it's passed, then you got to wait another 60 days. Is that almost too late for the 23-24 school year?
I think from a hiring perspective, it's probably less problematic than for the 32 individuals who are going to expire. Potentially some number of them expire this June 30th and they will not be able to renew. That might be the more immediate issue.
Okay, thank you.
So we approve this effective signage?
Yeah.
Good question. Representative Cordiello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a very quick question. You quantified the number of licensed nurses and how many have associates, but we keep hearing about this shortage. Is there any way you can quantify that? Of how many positions need being filled that could be filled by these associate level nurses?
Yeah, we do not have that information.
Not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to close this hearing. And we're at 11:10. We haven't had a break. Some people have been sitting here for a long time. Senator Ward, I know you're here to go with the next one, Madam Nurse. Are you okay if we take about a 5-minute break here? Pardon me? Okay, thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
I think we're about ready to reconvene. And I believe our next bill is Senate Bill 266. And Senator Ward, we'd love to have you introduce it.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee. I am Ruth Ward. I am a senator and represent Senate District 8. There are 20 towns and I'm not going to repeat them. This bill is being introduced on behalf of the New Hampshire Department of Education to make some technical corrections. It addresses two areas of law: state assessments. This bill clarifies the statewide student assessment program, including the state's obligation to administer an assessment in grades 3 through 8 and 11. State accountability for an adequate education. This bill clarifies the criteria for an adequate education. This bill removes language duplicative or contradictory to the federal Every Student Succeeds Act. This bill combines two areas of legislation which is confusing in its current format when read individually. This bill moves laws to a new section that are currently housed in adequate education, but they should be in their own section of law. That is the essence of this bill, and there will be people from the DOE who can answer all questions you might have.
Thank you. I would just, in terms of your comments, are you indicating that some of our statutes might be confusing?
You said that, not I.
Good response. Thank you. Representative Myler.
Thank you for being here, Senator Ward. The question I would have, how much time did the Senate Education Committee spend on this particular, reviewing this particular bill? It's 26 pages, so it's a major piece there. So how long, what kind of time did you guys have in your committee to look at this?
I don't think I ever put my clock on and measure how long time it takes to read. I try to read everything and then I go through it and then we discuss it. And I think the Department of Education has been tremendously helpful and at explaining why things need to be done one way or another.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. I don't see any other pink cards up here, but perhaps we could call up our friends from the department for, let's say, technical assistance.
Good morning. For the record, Caitlin Davis from the Department of Education.
Nate Green, New Hampshire Department of Education.
So just to start out and give the committee a little history of why this bill exists, I think you used the word technical assistance, and that's exactly what this bill is it's technical assistance to the department in what we think we need to implement these programs. So about 2 years ago, so in the last state budget, the department had requested a position to implement the state accountability system required in RSA 193E, 193E and 193H. Those programs, the IBAS and the PBAS and the state accountability, have not had a specific position that's overseen that work in a period of time at the department. So we had requested that in our state budget and were granted that position. The department then recruited and hired for that position over the course of the last year. And once we had that position filled, we began the process of trying to figure out exactly what these statutes required the department to do and how the department was about or how the department and what the department needed to implement these statutes. Simultaneously, the department, just through a transition in personnel at the department, state assessments became part of my division, and we did the same thing for RSA 193C, which is the state assessment law. So we have the assessment of state accountability, state assessment and accountability now at the department, and we are now working to kind of organize that and understand all of the state and federal requirements that division or that bureau has. So through that work, we literally just mapped out basically what we thought the law had said, and tried to put together a process of what we thought we needed to do. Now, historically, the state law was changed in 2017 to replace the state IBAS, state PBAS, the Performance-Based Accountability System, to align with the state Every Student Succeeds Act plan. So that was done maybe, I think, 2017-18. It was right around the same time that the state was actually beginning to implement ESSA for the first time. We hadn't actually run the calculations or done any of the work and whatnot relative to ESSA. So some of the language that ended up in the state law at that time has either been changed or maybe too repetitive of the federal law and whatnot. And then in 2000, I believe it was 19 or 20, the legislature changed the state law for requiring a school district to prove that they're providing an adequate education through both IBAS and PBAS, the Input-Based Accountability System, IBAS, and PBAS, the Performance-Based Accountability System. So previously, a school district could prove that they were providing an adequate education through either the IBAS or the PBAS, and so that change was made. This change was made before the department began this process of trying to understand the current laws and whatnot. And actually, it was funny because we actually had somebody that was kind of referring to one section of law in RSA 193H, and they're saying, oh yeah, well, PBAS requires this, and the school's only required to do PBAS. And then we said, well, you have to actually read RSA 193E too, which then actually refers back to both IBAS and PBAS. So there's already a few areas where the law is very confusing. So through this process and us mapping out the laws and whatnot and kind of what we need to do, we said, well, why don't we do a comprehensive rewrite of these three sections of law to make sure that they make sense and that they are clear and give the department a path forward to the work that we are required to do. So most of the changes you have in front of you, we are not trying to change the current process, the current system, and the current requirements on school districts, but what we're trying to do is give us essentially the ability to implement the law in a clear path forward, and then knowing that there are some changes that are actual policy changes that members of the committee might want to make, and school district, school board, school members might want to make as well. There's a time for that potentially in the future after this bill, but this bill is really just to give us the authority to do what we believe exists in current law. So given that, I do believe, does the committee have the document from Gen 4? Okay, so we were sent that last night as well, and Nate and I went through it on a line-by-line basis. There was some actually great information in that document. I can't imagine having to put it together, Jen, but I think it was extremely helpful. And so if the committee has time today, we could talk through that on a line-by-line basis and go through it, or we could do that in a work session, or I don't know how you want to do it. It's a 42-page document, so I would imagine it will take a long period of time to do that work.
My personal feeling is that we probably need a work session to work through this. I think we're already behind a little bit today, and we would be way behind if we went through it all today. Representative Myler.
I think in talking with Chairman Ladd, we have rescheduled HB 272 to the 18th. So there's a gap tomorrow between our 11:31 and the 1:31, and I think it's his intent tomorrow to have at least an initial work session on this particular bill, dealing with the work that Jen has done. So that's our plan initially, and we may need to have more time, but this at least will give us the first blush of looking at this tomorrow.
Okay. I know I'm not available tomorrow at that time, and Nate is going to review his schedule to see if he can.
Thank you. Questions at the moment?
Yeah, I will say, being on this committee for 11 years, every time somebody says, well, we just had a rewrite, it's just this, raises red flags for me initially, on initial blush on this, to make damn sure that it's not just a rewrite, but that, and so that's a perceptual screen that I've got when anybody says that to me. So this will obviously have to have a lot of work before we actually act on it.
I think that's fair, and I think that even going through the document that Jen prepared, we noticed, for example, there was a definition that was missing. And so, well, we didn't intend on getting rid of this definition. We went back and looked at our notes, because we have folders and folders of notes that we were preparing when going through this, and we had not deleted that definition, but it did go away. So that would be an area for us to fix that. But yes.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. The thing that thank you very much for the side-by-side version. Amazing to do. The thing that jumped out to me, and it's just because I focus on this aspect, is the part about rulemaking, and it changes from a shall to a may, and that's a big deal to me. The notes say the section's identical in both versions, but it's not, because it's a shall in the current one and a may in the next one. And I just wanted to know.
So that exact section is relative to the assessment and having rules around the assessment. The department does not currently have assessment rules, and so we don't necessarily feel like they're necessary. We may want to do we may want to do rules on that going forward, but as of right now, we have not had rules, and we are implementing the program without rules.
Okay, even though it said, follow up. Even though it said in the current rules, it says shall adopt rules, they haven't been adopted?
We don't have assessment rules currently.
Thank you.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Nate, is this the side-by-side we talked about on Monday at the Oversight Committee?
So I think there were a couple things we talked about at the Oversight Committee on Monday. So there's another side-by-side for the minimum standards work that I have this morning now, and I'll send that out to the committee as well.
I was getting confused.
So there are multiple side-by-sides,
I was just saying, this doesn't look like what we were talking
No,
about.
this is different from Monday.
Okay,
Yep.
great. So I'm glad there's another side-by-side. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
You're requesting more side-by-sides. Okay, great. Great. You got that, Jen?
The other one I did, Jen, don't worry.
Further questions? Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. Just a comment. I think that when we're, next week, when we have that break, it doesn't seem long enough for me, and I fear that we're going to get, tomorrow, okay. Because, I fear that we're going to get knee-deep into it, and we're going to have to cut it short. And I'd like to suggest that we have an exec session to begin the day with that, so that we're not scrambling. Just a suggestion. Thanks.
Yeah, I would guess there'll be multiple work sessions on this. Yeah. And I know the chairman was going to be working on a schedule for next week. So, we'll see about that. Further questions at the moment? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Representative. Just one question for you. You're not going to be changing the input-based or the performance-based. That's going to be maintained.
That is correct. And right now we would like to leave it exactly the same. We're just clarifying that. So the input-based accountability system is there. It is specific to the criteria for an adequate education. I'm sure that you remember that the input-based accountability system before was very long. We have actually internally gone through and taken the things that are not relevant to the criteria for an adequate education out of the performance base, because there was other information that was in that.
Okay.
But we do intend to really true up the performance base, the IBAS through to the intent of the law. The performance-based accountability system is aligned with ESSA and current law.
Right.
And so the weird thing was, not the weird thing, the thing that we did at the department at the time was we did regurgitate some of the federal law into the state statute, and we felt that we could take that out of the state law and refer it just back to the federal statute. That way, if there were changes in one area or the other, now they didn't match each other. So that's all we did, but we still intend the performance-based accountability system to align with the federal ESSA plan, that's in current law, and then the input-based accountability system to be a survey with narratives that aligns to the criteria for an adequate education as defined in RSA 193E.
And remind me again, school districts have to do both or one or the other?
So it was in 2019 or 2020, somebody from the committee, actually probably Representative Ladd might remember because I think it was his bill, it changed to both. Previously it had been or, but it was changed 3 or 4 years ago at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe for the new committee members, could you just touch on ESSA? What ESSA is?
Oh, sure. The Every Student Succeeds Act is a federal act that has a variety of a variety of accountability requirements that states are required to comply with. So it has information around state assessments and then performance in certain subgroups. So the state has a state plan that has been approved by the U.S. Department of Education, and we are using that information to determine schools as either CSI, comprehensive support and assistance schools, improvement schools. Can you? He's better with the definitions.
Sure. Yeah, so the state ESSA plan is a way for us to identify high-performing and low-performing schools using a variety of indicators. So we have 3 different designations for schools: CSI, TSI, and ATS. CSI are comprehensive support and improvement, which means on a whole, a school across the board for their students tend to be in the lower performing of schools in the state. TSI and ATSI schools are based more off of subgroups. So you may have a school that overall is doing well academically, but they may have 1 or 2 subgroups of students that are performing lower than their peers. Oftentimes we see this with subgroups such as low-income students or students with IEPs or students with disabilities. And so there are different ways of identifying schools, but for the most part we use the state assessment data to do those identifications, and that's all mapped out in that state ESSA plan.
Yes, Representative Thaman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. More than one question here. The first one is not meant humorously. Is there a list of acronyms that the Department of Education uses somewhere?
So yes and no. I would say probably the closest thing on our website, we have our iPlatform system. So all of our data is through that. iReport, iDefine. iDefine specifically is our data dictionary. So everything that we report on has a definition in that data dictionary. So if you're looking at something that, some indicator or some piece of data that's on our website, it should also be within that data dictionary, and you should be able to see where the data comes from and what it means. That's not necessarily a list of acronyms, but it's probably the closest thing that we have right now.
Maybe we'll have a bill about acronyms next year.
I mean, actually, back to this whole purpose, we found a lot of areas where there were terms that were used that were not defined, or there were definitions that were used, like the actually terms that were defined, but then the terms were not used anywhere in that section of law. So we did try to clean some of that up in this. Simultaneously, the department did put in a bill to have a recodification of the education laws, and I believe that's floating around someplace in finance as far as the state budget is concerned, but that might be an opportunity for that.
Follow
up. So when did the federal government implement ESSA?
2017 was when our state plan was approved.
Thank you.
Representative Lakis.
So then once these schools are identified and have their little acronym attached to them, what happens?
So there is in law right now, there's a step of, it's actually, do you have the bill in front of you? Well, let's talk about this. We don't need to talk about, the state side. So the bill in front of you on page, let's see. On page 11, that's where the technical, the correction and technical assistance work goes into place. So that's once a school's been identified, and that's mirrors the current existing state law. There, we didn't propose any changes to this section.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll be seeing quite a bit of you in the next few weeks. Mr. Green, you can possibly have time tomorrow if we do have.
I should be able to make myself available today, tomorrow.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anybody else who wanted to testify on this bill? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 266 and move right into Senate Bill 25. Senator Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Ruth Ward, and I represent Senate District 8. This is a very short, easy bill. The Senate Bill 25 repeals the Department of Education reporting requirement on payments made in fiscal year to a chartered public school. And it's no longer needed, and that's why we have it here. And again, any questions, Department of Education will have the answers.
Thank you, Senator. Questions for the Senator? Seeing none, Representative Damon, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Senator Ward. Was this bill requested by DOE?
Pardon?
Was this bill requested by the Department of
Yes.
Education?
Yes, Representative Tanner.
The other day, didn't you pass a similar bill in the Senate, our House bill coming up?
We passed the bill in the Senate.
Yes. But we passed a bill like this in the House, and I believe it went through the Senate the other day when I was there.
You know, a couple of times I have found that identical bills have shown up, both in the House and the Senate. In one place, I found one word was changed. That was the only difference between them. So it's double duty sometimes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator. Did we have any other? We didn't have any other cards for this bill, correct? Did the committee members think that there was any technical assistance required from the department on this bill?
This is the same exact bill? Yes?
I
Okay.
believe so, yeah. Yeah, great. Thank you. Well, then, in that case, we'll get ahead of schedule and close the hearing on Senate Bill 25. We'll take no action on that right now. And so I guess we have our next bill at 1 o'clock, and we can recess until that time. Thank you.
We have SB 136 scheduled to start 8 minutes ago or 6 minutes ago. That's prohibiting the employment or volunteering of a revoked or suspended educator. And looks like we have Ruth here. Hello, Grant. Ruth Ward is the senator sponsoring this bill, and she sent the other side.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am not Ruth Ward. I am Grant Bossy, Deputy Chief of Staff in the New Hampshire Senate, here on behalf of Senator Ward, the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 136. SB 136 would update the statute governing the revoked and suspended educator list, RSA 189-13A. Suspended educators could be hired in anticipation of when that suspension was going to be lifted, or if an educator maintains a valid credential in another endorsement area, aside from where their endorsement was revoked or suspended. It would also ensure that educators with revoked credentials would not be hired as volunteers in the school. Notably, this bill would not prevent former educators from activities that are open to the public in general, such as attending a basketball game or a high school graduation. It would not limit their rights as a parent. The Department of Education is here to answer any questions you may have about the credential revocation process and the changes that SB 136 would make. Senator Ward thanks you for your consideration and asks for your support for Senate Bill 136. Thank you.
Great. I take it you probably are not interested in questions at this point.
I always welcome questions. I can't promise answers.
Okay.
I would defer to the department. If you have anything for Senator Ward specifically, I can take notes and get an answer back to you.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Bossy? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I will mention that Diana Fenton is here from the department for any technical assistance. But next I'll call on Megan Tuttle.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Megan Tuttle. I'm president of NEA New Hampshire, representing 17,000 educators across the state. And I did come up with Diana Fenton from the DOE because we did work on this together. So we're in full support of this.
Dogs and
That's it.
living in harmony. I think the committee will appreciate the fact that Megan and I are here testifying jointly. For the record, Diana Fenton with the Department of Education. I want to thank Megan and the NEA right before President's Day weekend, the 3-day weekend. I called her on a Friday morning, which is really mean. And I said, hey, Senate Bill 136, where are you guys at with it? And she said, let me take a look at it and I will get you my thoughts by this afternoon. And she did. She sent me an amendment that the department was amenable to, that we can live with. But we have worked really closely on this bill together. I think it's important to note that the revoked and suspended educator list, we have an entire process set up to ensure that educators get the due process that they are entitled to and deserve. But there are some offenses on that list that are not criminal. So the idea that an HR department can do a Google search and find out the history is not entirely accurate. And the anecdotal story I share is we had a gentleman who wrote a love song to a 13-year-old child and sent it to her. And that's not illegal conduct. It should be, but that's for another committee to decide down the hall in criminal justice. And this superintendent did everything she was supposed to do and worked with the department, and we took action on that gentleman's license so that he would not go to another district. And I'm not here to speak for that superintendent, but I can tell you that, and I will paraphrase, she said, I've never seen anything like this before. She said he wrote a complete love song with lyrics and a musical clip where he sang it. And yes, that is exactly the right reaction. And those are the types of behaviors that working together with NEA, we are stopping. And we are stopping from going from one district to another district. And the department can't do it alone. We do it with our partners at the union. And yes, that's right. I said partners at the union.
And this is on video, so everyone does see it up here together. But, you know, one of our concerns with this when it originally came out was stopping, as it was introduced, a parent who might be an educator from going to something. This is not to say that they should be going on like the DC trip or anything like that if they're on one of these lists, because obviously they shouldn't. This is more, you know, we wanted to make sure that, you know, as a parent, if you're an educator but your license is revoked or suspended, you can still go to graduation or to, like they said, the basketball game, etc. So the language in here allows that in the amendment, and so we are in full support of it.
Thank you. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So could you succinctly give us the intent of this bill?
Which one of us?
Whoever.
I mean, for us, it's that if you are on the revoked or suspended list, that you are on there for a reason, and you're not, you know, if you're on the revoked list, you're not going to be hired somewhere else, because if you're on the revoked list, that's usually a pretty serious offense. And most likely you should not be around children in the teaching capacity or educator capacity. The suspended list, until you're off suspension because it's a lesser offense, you know, you should still be allowed later when you're off the list to get a job.
And I will just add to it, the intent of this is to ensure that all districts understand the severity of that list and take the time to review that list in making their hiring decisions. Thank you.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It says non-public schools. Could you explain what you mean by non-public schools, and do we have any control over non-public schools?
So we wanted this to be applicable to the private schools as well. And if you look at 189.13a in its entirety, it does say that a non-public school does not have to follow the procedures set forth in the statute as it applies to criminal history checks. But if they do so, they have to follow the entire statutory provision. They can't pick and choose which provisions they take on. So this would be saying that if we have an educator who's writing love songs to 13-year-old children and we don't want them in the public school, we don't want them in the private school either. And we felt that that was appropriate.
Representative Tanner.
Just thank you. And just as a follow-up, because I had that circled as well. What about approved schools for tuition? When I see that non-public school, I understand about the private school part, but what about all these approved schools for tuition purposes?
My understanding, and I can double check, my understanding is the approved schools for tuition would fall within the 189.13a. I think it is equally applicable, but I will double check on that and get back to you. Thank you.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for taking my question, and it's a little twofold. I'm looking at number 1 and 2 on lines 6, 7, and 8. So if an educator has been suspended for a violation and they are dual certified, say English and special ed, you can keep that person on staff if they teach special ed, if they wrote a song in English. I mean, wait a minute. So somebody's dual certified.
Yeah.
And I'll use the example you gave of the teacher wrote a love song to a student, or however you want to interpret that. And he was serving in he or she was serving in the capacity of an English teacher.
Sure.
So if his English credentials are suspended for that violation, can that district keep that teacher on if they reassign them to special education?
The short answer is no. Typically, when the department takes action, what you are referring to are the endorsements.
Right.
Right. And it's not unusual for an educator to have multiple endorsements.
Right.
Special ed endorsement, social studies endorsement, principal endorsement. Doesn't mean that they're serving in that capacity employment-wise, but they have these endorsements. Typically, with very rare exception, when the department takes action on an educator's teaching credential, and please know the department does not do that lightly. Those are very serious offenses. It is a child safety issue. And the department does not split the endorsements. We would not say, well, you taught this class and you wrote a love song to a child in this class, so we're going to take that endorsement. Historically, we have learned that that doesn't work. that is just a slap on the wrist and it's ineffective. And so if we take that kind of action, again, we don't take it lightly. We take it for all endorsement areas. There have been some exceptions to that, but that is not the norm.
Follow up, please. So the second scenario is educators who have their credentials suspended, there's a time limit on that? I thought once they were revoked forever.
So a revocation is a permanent rescission.
Okay.
A revocation is reserved
permanent
for individuals, educators who are having a sexual relationship with a child.
Right.
We've had examples of that. There are other situations where a suspension is the appropriate course, and we work with the union to put in parameters. They might be classes, they might be ethics courses to get that person back into the classroom. And those are for set periods of time that we agree ahead of time with the union what that is.
So suspension would have an end date?
Yes.
And, I'm sorry, can I just finish it up, please? So a teacher who has a suspended certification and then the certification lapses and they get their recertification again and go to another district. Now, when they go to another district, they have to have a criminal background check. Will that history show up for that district? And then is it up to that district to decide whether they hire them or not? Do you follow me? I'm just trying to see.
I think so. Well, a suspension is different than
A revocation. I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah.
The actions that are taken on the revoked and suspended educator list do not, that list is separate and distinct from a criminal history record.
Okay, that's where I was going with that because, I mean, for me, it's like, well, if they've had credentials suspended or revoked, I don't want to hire them.
That is a completely separate concept from the criminal history records check.
Okay.
If
thank
someone
you.
has, whatever action on the license is not reflective on the criminal history records check, the department does send out the revoked and suspended educator list on a regular basis, and it is available. And then when the person is no longer suspended, we remove that person from the list.
From the list, right.
Some superintendents have expressed exactly what you just expressed, which is, I don't want to have this. So some superintendents, as part of their practice, hold on to those older lists. That's perfectly within their purview. From the department's practice position and the NEA, we remove that individual once they are no longer suspended.
Yeah, thank you. We just want to make sure that once they are no longer suspended, their name is off the list. There have been cases, mistakes in the past where their name has been left on, and that's partly why we want to make sure that their name is off. Like Diana said, it's an employment issue if the superintendent wants to, hire someone who's been on the list or not for suspension.
Right, so up to the district's discretion. Good, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, I'm a bit newer, and I don't have a full scope of understanding of the department's authorities when it comes to this sort of thing. You gave an excellent example of somebody who should obviously never be anywhere near children. But I'm also curious, what are the sort of totality of authority the department has when it comes to suspensions, and what might the lightest infractions be for which somebody might be suspended?
That was so subtle. It's actually a lot of fun to testify with the union. I wish we had more of these bills.
Well, it's interesting too. He's asking a prosecutor.
I know, right? Well, that was my old job. So because the department issues the credential or the license to teach, the department is the exclusive agency that can take action on that document. So our authority, if you will, only applies to certified educators. So if you are a non-certified paraeducator, we don't have any authority of that. That is separate and apart from employment. And what we have found historically, and again, if we use that example, that individual who wrote that love song would have been and was dealt with employment-wise. He offered his resignation, it was accepted, and the superintendent said quite succinctly, I'm done. My kids are safe, he's out of my district, I'm moving on with my life. And I asked her one poignant question, which was, what about all the other kids? Where is he going to go? What about the children in the next district? I myself am a product of New Hampshire public education, and my child's in New Hampshire public education. Please don't send him to my district. What about all the other children? And that's the department's purview. We have broader jurisdiction. We are statewide, whereas the superintendent only has authority in that district. Representative Cascadden can speak to that more thoroughly than I can. However, our scope is much narrower, and I want to emphasize that. So what does that mean? There might be a lot of employment infractions that go to the superintendent. Dress code, not having your curriculum in order, not having good classroom management skills. None of that falls within our radar. None of it. If it concerns the interactions and safety of a child, however, then the department steps in. So broader jurisdiction, narrower scope.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, and that was an excellent response, but it brought up one quick idea, which is, so if it concerns the well-being and sort of whatnot of a child, would that extend to things like the social emotional well-being, or is this more of a physical threat, danger type of a thing?
Threat, danger.
Thank you.
Yes.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. It's delightful having both of you together. I need a little further understanding on the question of multiple endorsements.
Sure.
So from your response to Representative Cascadden's query, I guess I don't really understand why lines 8 to 10 are in there, because I thought I heard you say that if your license was suspended or revoked in one endorsement area, it sounded like you said to me, like you said the opposite of what it says here. So help me out.
Sure. No, thank you for the question. Generally speaking, if the department takes action on a license, that includes all endorsement areas. There have been two instances in which we have said we are going to look at the credential and the endorsements and allow someone to keep a certain endorsement area. I'll give you an example. And I want to just emphasize, it's very, very rare. But Megan was savvy enough to say, let's recognize that even though it might be an anomaly, it has happened. And I'm sure she's probably thinking of the same cases that I am. That's why we put that in here. So we have, the example I will share with you is we had an educator who had an endorsement in special ed administration, I believe. And her actions in special ed administration were inappropriate in that it was a misuse of her authority of placing children, and it was costing the district thousands, if not millions of dollars in violation of regulations. And this was systemic and it occurred on a regular basis. However, she was not having an inappropriate relationship with a child. And by all accounts, in her other endorsement area, was an appropriate educator and an effective educator, a good educator. And that was a very rare occurrence in which we said, okay, this endorsement area where she has a role of as an administrator, that's being used inappropriately. She admitted as such and voluntarily gave that endorsement up. But we allowed her to stay in the classroom as an educator where she was productive and positive and by all accounts doing good in our schools. That doesn't happen every day, but the department can and does use that discretion from time to time. Were you thinking of that case? Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's helpful. Thank you.
But again, very rare that that occurs.
Does the department share any of this information with our neighboring states, Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts, in terms of some of the scenarios you just mentioned? So you lose your ticket in this state. What happens when they go just a mile away on the other side of the line?
Sure. It's a great question.
And there's agreement between the states that these tickets go back and forth. You're certified here, we accept that certification in our state.
Sure, a lot of states grant reciprocity.
Yeah.
So there is a national group. The group is NASDAQ National.
Not the stock market, but.
Not the stock market. I spent the first 6 months of my job thinking it was the stock market. It is a national group, and it is designed and created to address the exact issue that Representative Ladd just asked about. And so you have to be a member of NASDAQ. The state of New Hampshire is a member of NASDAQ. What does that mean? That means when someone comes to New Hampshire from another state to get certified as an educator, New Hampshire Department of Education will run that individual's name and social security number through NASDAQ to see if they have had action taken on their teaching license in another state. That's all 50 states. And when we take action, we will enter that individual into NASDAQ. So it is not a government program. People will enter when they're able to if they're members, but it is pretty all-inclusive, and we have had some success with that. So we have gotten calls from other states saying, someone has moved here, they want a teaching license, we see you've taken action. What were the grounds for that? What's the story behind that? I will also just share with you, it's a tad off topic, but this legislative body helped to pass it. When the department issues a license to teach, they also run a check of the individual's name into the New Hampshire DCYF Central Registry. That is a tool that this legislative body helped to pass. So we are now doing that, and we are working towards doing that in our sister states, namely Massachusetts as well. That's a tool that a school district does not have. So the state agency is taking the lead on that to say when we license, we will assure you that that person is not in those databases. And we're very proud of that initiative.
Yeah, thank you. Further questions of Megan or Diana? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do any other cards? Okay, that's next. So with that, we're going to close this hearing and move on to the next scheduled hearing, which we have today. That's scheduled for 1:30. In a couple minutes, we'll start that up. Relative to New Hampshire workforce training programs. Would you please go ahead and present the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 152 relative to New Hampshire workforce training programs. And we're all trying to do something about workforce. And here's a bill that can address a couple of areas. And you're going to get two workforce developments for the price of one in this bill. I want to thank very much Jeff Beard of the Department of Education, who heads up the CTE programs, and particularly want to thank Commissioner Edelblue for all of his work on figuring out how to make both parts of this bill work. So the first part of the bill is going to establish a pathway for marine trades at one of our CTEs. And this arose initially out of the marine trades and marinas up in the Lakes region, who are facing a real critical shortage of workers and are really concerned about how to get a pathway for training in that area. And, part of it is that a lot of the automotive programs, which you might think, engines are engines, but a lot of the students in the automotive programs really want to do cars. So the idea is that if we establish a pathway so that they could have a sequence of courses in this area, internships, other opportunities for students to get out into the marinas, that would be a good way to go. There's a considerable demand for these workers as the workforce is aging out. Marine trades is generally a growth industry, whether it's up along the lakes or along the coast, and it empowers the Department of Education, specifically Commissioner Adablu and the Director of Career and Technical Education, to establish the pathway. I didn't specify a particular center. I think it's likely to start up in the Lakes region. There's also good cooperation between the CTE up there and the community college, because I do think that eventually there'll probably be an interest in doing one of these on the seacoast as well for marine trades down there. There are existing facilities at these centers that could handle the program, so we're not looking for any kind of appropriation outside of, if there are some funds needed, there's a grant program that the commissioner has that any center can apply to for any reason. I think you're going to see that a lot of local business leaders from the marinas and elsewhere really want this track to work. And I will also notice, because of actions taken in the legislature, that there is a tax credit program for businesses that want to contribute equipment to the CTEs or staff time for training. They can get a tax credit by working with the CTE, so I suspect that'll be a nice incentive as well. The other part of the bill deals with the offshore wind industry, and I'll just tell you, explain why we need to do this right now and how I put the bill together. I'm chair of our New Hampshire Offshore Wind and Port Development Commission. Governor Sununu, 4 years ago now, was the governor who called for the creation of Gulf of Maine Task Force for Offshore Wind Industry, composed of Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. This is a huge industry. It is enormous financial support from the industry and from other sources. If you look around, it's certainly developing very quickly along southern New England coast and up and down the East Coast, and now off of California and Oregon as well. The plans are for about 3.2 gigawatts in the initial energy development field out in the Gulf of Maine. Gulf of Maine has been called the Saudi Arabia of wind because we have extraordinary wind resources out there. That would power, that's about 3 Seabrooks. So we're talking about, 1.5 million homes potentially powered by it, and a lot of industry as well. About a $3 to $5 billion construction phase, about a $12 to $16 billion supply chain. So the industry is chomping at the bit to get a workforce and to get these investments made. For New Hampshire, the Gulf of Maine auctions, they've just established the lease auction areas. The final map was released just a few weeks ago, and now there are 5 developers who are going to bid into those auctions third quarter of next year, which in terms of the industry is really tomorrow. So they're going to start looking at the ports they can use and how they're going to get a workforce for it. So that's the impetus behind the bill, is that we need to get ready on doing some workforce development. Now, you'll see what the bill does then, is establishes a fund so that we receive non-state appropriations can come into this fund. I will say at this point that the industry has already put tens of millions of dollars into similar training facilities in southern New England and up and down the East Coast and elsewhere. The IRA Act has many billions of dollars of funding for workforce development. And also, apparently, there's a new requirement for offshore wind auctions of 5% of the auctions being dedicated towards workforce development. The most recent auctions were for floating offshore wind, which is what we're going to have out off the coast of California. And the average price for the 3 lease areas, just about the same size as what we're going to do, is about $165, $170 million. So you can do the math, and 5% of that, we're going to have some real money coming in for workforce training. So we've got to set up a fund so we can receive those funds, and then a process whereby the Commissioner of Education and the BIA and the industry, the Department of Employment and Security, community college system, university system, other entities such as unions, the industries that are going to emerge in New Hampshire, manufacturing around this industry. They're going to be consulted, get together and say, what do we need in this? And then there's going to be, you'll see on page 2, we've set up this training center committee, which I think has all the people on it who wanted to be on it and are appropriate to be on it, so that this group can make some determinations about recommendations on workforce training. You know, what trades should be focused on, particularly to pick a site. There are several possibilities. The feeling is, after conversation with Great Bay Community College and others, that this ought to be at the port. So Gina Marconi of the Port Authority is interested. We could have a facility there. Granite Shore Power, which some of you may know in Newington, has a lot of land. They have some plans to develop some very large facilities there, warehouses and other training facilities. So it could be there. Or one of the empty buildings over at the mall are all targets of interest around that. So potentially, money from the industry and elsewhere to figure out where to do this, what is appropriate to build, and who to train there. So you see the bill is crafted not to require state appropriation at this time. We're going to get reports both on the activities of that group and on any fund activities as well. You see that on page 3, pretty much boilerplate language for the way we handle funds. I just, in conclusion, will say, I think this is an extraordinary opportunity for New Hampshire. Good, high-paying jobs, extraordinary amounts of energy that's going to likely to come in at a much cheaper supply of energy than any other source that we have available to us. And I don't want all those jobs going to Massachusetts and Maine. I want them right here in New Hampshire. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and bringing this forward. If this bill were signed into law, what would be the timeline for training educators, acquiring a location, getting all the resources, and really getting this program off the ground?
Thanks for your question. Marine trades program, I think we get going right away, the one up in the Lakes region. On the other part here, I'm going to speculate just a little bit.
Okay.
So if the auctions are coming up third quarter next year, I think we're already seeing the industry looking around New Hampshire. There's an office that's been opened up in Boston by one of the biggest energy developers in this area, and there's actually 3 of them already have offices there, and they're looking around. We had an offshore wind summit last spring. I should mention Assistant DES Commissioner Mark Sanborn, who's the governor's point person in offshore wind. He's down at offshore wind industry meetings down in New Jersey right now. Otherwise, I think he would have been here. Right now we're trying, through our Office of Offshore Wind in Business and Economic Affairs, trying to talk to folks. So I think it's very possible next year we'll start to see some real action in this direction.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Does this have a connection or a link to community college, or is this industry ready to hire high school graduates that have gone through this marine trades program?
All of the above. Great Bay Community College and a consortium of CTEs are going to be very important here. The Sea Grant operation at University of New Hampshire is empowered by federal statute to work on workforce development, so they're at the table here as well. And the kind of jobs, it's everything from healthcare to manufacturing to divers. If you have a welding and if you have welding out of CTE and a diver certificate, you start at like $150,000 a year plus benefits. So and then plus everybody else might think on electrical, servicing, servicing the industry, getting workers out there. So I think there's going to be opportunities for all levels. But I want us to get the good paying jobs. And so a student who goes through a CTE, if they are welding, electrical, manufacturing kinds of programs, they're going to be well positioned to get additional training specific to the industry And then, of course, the community college programs that we have existing in the area is going to be hireable here, so.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So generally with CTE programs, I'm pretty excited about the idea of them. I like the idea that our students are getting trained to do jobs. But I also think because obviously the New Hampshire taxpayer is footing the bill, they should overall see a benefit from it. So I have a little bit of a concern, and I'm hoping you can speak to that on the wind energy portion of it, because I know when I'm looking at some of the stats, wind energy being per unit of energy produced, one of the highest subsidized types of energy right now. Is this not effectively another subsidy for wind energy?
Oh, I mean, it's an interesting argument, in that clearly right now, there is a lot of funding support for this industry in the IRA and in other incentives being offered. I think the kind of recognition is that as the price and the supply chain, as we're starting to build these, that the necessity of those kinds of support for industry and for renewable energy standards may change. I will say right now, though, from New Hampshire's perspective, that we are not a state that is providing direct subsidies here, right? Because other, Massachusetts and other renewable portfolio standards, and we have not decided to do that. So I think our taxpayers actually stand to really benefit greatly from this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for answering all these questions. Just to follow up on what the representative was saying, the offshore wind industry is big, but it's not just in New Hampshire. So is the committee going to look at how to keep our workforce here? I mean, or incentives to just use the training where they got it?
Yeah, thanks for your question, Representative. I mean, it's a great question. I think a lot of the jobs are likely to be local, and the construction phase, the construction phase will be done, and oftentimes it's like with our local IBEW 104 workers, the people who do the high wires, that's a mobile workforce, and some people in New Hampshire are already now training down in New Bedford. And then they'll come up here and do this work. So, there's some mobility. They going to go where the jobs are. But what I fear the most is that if we don't train a workforce, they're going to bring in European workers. And because the industry is far more advanced in Europe than it is here. So, I think we have an opportunity here. I think there's going to be a lot of ongoing jobs. There's probably going to be a second phase to the Gulf of Maine 10 years or so from now. So, it's a marketplace, though, isn't it? It's the industry is the industry, and I just want to make sure that New Hampshire says we're open for business, and we want some good jobs here, and the industry will develop as it develops.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking another one of my questions. Some other programs, such as the health sciences, students can graduate with like an LNA certificate or EMT license. Would there be a certificate at the end of this program to give students a competitive advantage in entering the workforce? Or is there something in this field like that?
Thanks for the question. I would hope so. Healthcare workers, even catering. There's all kinds of jobs here, but the health and safety kind of jobs are very important to the industry. And I would think you work for this and you got a great credential. Maybe you want to go on to another project like this, or maybe you're going to work for one of the hospitals or for another business. And I just think I think these are great opportunities, and we got to do a workforce, try to increase the workforce in the healthcare area too, don't we?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Waters. Just wondering currently where these opportunities don't exist in New Hampshire, where do people get this training if this weren't to happen? Where are people going? For the education part of
thanks for the question. In the industry, Massachusetts and Connecticut Rhode Island do their laws a little bit different, and the NYSERDA coalition, which is New York, New Jersey, all the places where offshore industry is developing, all do it a little bit different about how they're training worker in education and what kinds of money and incentives. Because of the way they did some of their contract down in Massachusetts, I think there's like $40 million is in for workforce training at Mass Maritime and in New Bedford. If you go to the Port of Portsmouth, Port of Providence, you'll see workforce training centers there that are run by the industry and by the unions. So there's a lot of different models there. And as I said, some of our workers are going down there to get training now. But the demand is going to be here too. Now, the model I put together here is a New Hampshire model. We have to get everybody at the table, the BIA, the Commissioner of Education, community colleges, the university, get the unions in there because all they're training. The unions are training a lot of folks, and why have duplicate efforts? Let's see if we can get the CTEs, get everybody together and figure out how we're going to train our workers best. So we're going to have our own model, and the idea is that we're going to get the money in from the feds and from the industry, and they're once the auctions happen next year, that's when I think we'll start to see the funding coming in.
Thank you. I don't understand enough about the wind force. I don't understand what the auctions are.
Excuse me. So the Bureau of Energy Ocean Management, or Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, BOEM as we call it, is the lead agency from the federal government for offshore wind development. Because these are, these are going to be out in federal waters like 40, 50 miles out. We're going to onshore the power, so we have some state authority over it as well. So what they do is they set up a task force process where there's a Gulf of Maine task force, and that has dozens of people on it from the 3 states and the government agencies and so forth. And so the process, it's not only developing the auction leases, defining what area out in the Gulf of Maine is suitable environmentally, for the fisheries, for homeland security, for the Navy, the Coast Guard, transit lanes, I mean, you name it. It's complicated bottom out there. So they define those areas that would be available. And then they have lease auctions where you bid to have the right to develop a certain part of that real estate. The most recent auctions down in New York went out for $3.2 billion. That was a little high, I think. They're going to have maybe a little trouble. But doing that, for that price is just the entry level. But set out in California, it's quite similar to us, 170 million per lease area. So the auction will be held. It'll be an open auction. People will bid, and they'll select the winners. And the bids will have all have to have the environmental, the workforce, the relationship with the states outlined in the bid. And then they'll be awarded the bid. And then that starts a several-year process of environmental review, work about how you're going to onshore the power. I mean, you name it. So that's the way it's done.
Following up on Representative Cornell, so
Yeah.
how long do the leases last once that whole review process is in place?
I'm trying to remember, it was 20 years or 30 years.
Something like that.
Okay, yeah. Which is kind of the lifespan of the equipment. Now, they can always replace them, but, it's that period.
Question, and it's just a concern that I do have regarding all the wind power you're talking about. Is that offshore? It's not like they have in Ellenburg, New York, Champaign, or Bangor, New York. I can't, well, it looks like you went through a poverty-stricken area. The power, the turbines are there, people have left.
Yeah.
The property's not being used.
Yeah.
Farms are gone, full 9 yards.
Thanks for the question. This is offshore wind industry, entirely offshore wind. We're talking, as I said, 40, 50 miles out. And
There's turbines everywhere. Is this going to also be a center for training personnel that are not necessarily going to be working offshore, but the CTEs could also get involved with those that are onshore?
Yeah, and other trades too. You notice that that training center is not delimited in terms of what can be done there. So if there's the opportunity to train people and that they would be able to work in this industry or go off and work in a similar industry that might be on land or, you know, might be cabling, yeah, so.
Thank you, Senator. I've read several articles about, I guess it's probably in California, where they've had a number of mass whale, I think, and other fish beaching and dying, and there's some speculation that the testing that's being done for the sighting of offshore wind is the cause of some of those problems. Have, in your discussions with others around the area, have you heard of any discussion along those lines?
Yeah, thanks for your question. And, you know, we're getting a little off the bill, but let me say it because I am chair of the commission and we have discussed these things. And I want to tell you, thanks to Assistant Commissioner Mark Sanborn, we have forged a partnership with our fishermen in this state, which is unlike any other state, to listen to them and make sure that they're involved and all their concerns are being addressed. We also, and I just, not entirely as an aside, we passed a bill last year which declared consistency, which is a small part of federal government. You know, we have state waters out to 3 miles, federal's out to 200. If we take advantage of that federal statute, we can declare interests out to 200 miles when it comes to economic and environmental interests. So we can protect our fishermen out there. Now, what you're referring to is some concern about whale death off of New Jersey. There's been some scientific study that is done that's shown 2 things: that those whales were most likely killed by strikes from increased traffic for container ships. And then secondly, the kinds of concerns about sonic effects are not done by the offshore wind industry. They don't use that kind of sonar. That is the Navy that's doing that out in deeper waters. And particularly with our areas, we're not going to be driving piles into the bottom because these are floating. And and the mapping is being done in a different way. So I know that was out there. I read all the articles, and then I've also read the articles saying actually probably not related to offshore wind. But, you know, this is why we do research always has to continue. And, you know, I think we're dealing with that very well in other areas. This is about workforce development and the opportunities that it provides.
Any other questions? Because we have other parts here, we're going to be late behind the next.
We can connect later if you'd like, Representative. Yeah.
People are experts in this right now. I'd like to have James Andrews, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. James Andrews is from Granite Shore Power.
Good to see you. Of course.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd, committee members. My name. I am President and CEO of Granite Shore Power, testifying in support of Senate Bill 152. Granite Shore Power is a wholesale electric generator providing over 1 gigawatt of seasonal and peaking electric generation from its 11 fuel-diverse generating stations located throughout New Hampshire. Granite Shore Power has operated these facilities since its acquisition of the assets from Public Service Company of New Hampshire in 2018, following the state-mandated divestiture. From our earliest days, GSP's message has been consistent and clear. Granite Shore Power can be depended on, whether on our coldest nights or hottest days, and we strongly support a transition to the next generation of energy resources in New Hampshire. We encourage a constructive dialogue about how best to achieve our shared decarbonization goals and advancing a renewable and reliable energy infrastructure for the New England region. Offshore wind and other renewable generation are rapidly becoming a realistic opportunity as policy and resources are better aligned. We know there is approximately 35 gigawatts of offshore wind projects either announced or in development spanning from North Carolina to Maine. We are encouraged by the prospects of projects located in the Gulf of Maine once the U.S. Department of Interior's Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management completes its leasing process. The offshore wind and other renewable generation sectors require a well-trained professional workforce. If New Hampshire is going to benefit from energy transition and renewable energy opportunities, not only decarbonization efforts, but also the economic growth, it is imperative that the state encourage workforce training and support investment in a workforce training center convenient to the port facilities in Portsmouth. New Hampshire is well suited to take advantage of its highly qualified trade professionals and educational institutions to compete for the businesses that will support projects necessary to transition the region to the next generation of energy resources and drive New Hampshire commerce. Granite Shore Power has a strong relationship with the IBEW and employs many of its professionals who are electricians, mechanics, operators, and instrument and control technicians. We commend the sponsor and co-sponsor for putting SB 152 forward, and we strongly support it. This bill will help New Hampshire lead the way, enabling energy and infrastructure projects that are truly transformative. Moreover, establishing a workforce training center committee that actively engages the private sector and will recommend sound policies is the right thing to do. That committee will consider training, facilities, and partners that will enable critical workforce development and create long-term employment opportunities in close proximity to these projects. It is critical that this work begin now, so we are not disadvantaged by other states taking the lead. New Hampshire should lead in this area, and this bill will help do just that. Thank you for the opportunity to share my views, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? In the CPE programs we have now, in another area of inviting business to help us out, we have the New Hampshire Automobile Dealers Association, bringing Toyota, Ford, GM, etc. standards and personnel and dollars to help us with our CPE. Is your area of business willing to do the same?
We are. I mean, I'm here advocating for the IBEW members that I employ and their professional trades that they represent. I believe those are critical jobs to New Hampshire and to our country, frankly. And I think there's tremendous growth opportunity in the renewable sector, not just the offshore wind projects, but also other renewable projects. And I think New Hampshire needs to be a leader in training those professionals to lead those jobs.
Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Chairman Ladd, nice to see you. Associated Builders and Contractors, we represent about 270 employers here in New Hampshire that are primarily commercial, industrial, and heavy construction contractors throughout the state. And for me, I thought I'd be here just as sort of a resource to let you all know if you have questions about how apprenticeship and things like that function. Just in general, we feel that the bill makes some good strides. We are supportive of the bill because we feel like offshore wind development is something that's long overdue here in the region. Just generally speaking, the structure of the bill seems to work pretty well for it. It is got a good representation across the board from some of the different constituencies that will be affected. It doesn't necessarily have specifically a contractor representative on the commission, but we feel within the current structure we'd be able to work with the commission to develop a good training program. The ABC is one that has actually helped create apprenticeship programs across the country and right here in New Hampshire as well. We help a lot of contractors to develop their workforce, which is important for us because we feel bills like like this will help address some of the shortages we have in the workforce issues that we're facing. To give you an example, the average age of a craft worker in the state's about 55 years young. We chuckle about it a little bit, but it's becoming an issue where today we don't have enough people coming in through the trades for merit that is open shop or union. And we feel at the end of the day that the more we can do to help promote some of those trainings through the CT centers and helping pipeline in through employers that have their own independent apprenticeship programs as well, it'd certainly be very welcome. So as this moves forward, we encourage the support of the bill, and we hope to be a partner to help develop what the bill sets forward to do. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any. Otherwise, thank you for letting me speak.
Very much. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Rob Werner. I'm the state director here in New Hampshire for the League of Conservation Voters. I also am the New Hampshire lead for a coalition throughout the region called New England for Offshore Wind. So I want to echo a lot of what other speakers have said in terms of the opportunity, but I think that this opportunity is going to create tremendous situations for many workers across the region, not only New Hampshire, to create very well-paying jobs and to make sure that we are taking advantage of this industry. As has been stated previously, there are billions of dollars that are going to be invested and are already being invested. This industry is well underway throughout the East Coast, and in Massachusetts, for example, the Vineyard Wind Project is already laying cable to be connected to Barnstable. So there are active projects going on right now. Our group, League of Conservation Voters and New England for Offshore Wind, feels very strongly that New Hampshire must position itself to take best advantage of this opportunity. It means a lot of economic development for our communities. It means economic opportunity for our workers. And it is a very long-term proposition in terms of the investments that are going to be made. So you're talking about welders, electricians, you're talking about administrators, you're talking about project managers. It's really a wide range of opportunity and jobs that will be created throughout the region and in the state because of the investments that are being made and will be made. So we feel very strongly that this is an investment in education and training that is essential for New Hampshire and the future of our people, and providing opportunity for our citizens to better themselves and to better the world, actually. So thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Jody Grimbalus and Jeremiah Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jody Grimbalus. I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Marine Trades Association. With me, I have Jeremiah Burke, General Manager of Goodhue Boat Company in Wolfboro, Ossipee, and the Sunapee region, who is also the Vice President of the New Hampshire Marine Trades Association. We're here in support of Senate Bill 152. I did submit testimony through email, but I have copies here as well if anybody needs one. I'll start with a general statement, and then I'm going to turn it over to the expert to continue any questions. So for the record, we support this bill wholeheartedly. We're specifically speaking to Section 1 of the bill, which creates the marine trades pathway. So it's page 1, lines 1 through 6. We're going to focus our testimony just really right there because it's about the marine trades. We would have had more marinas here today to support and show the commitment of the industry toward this program, but today actually is the annual education day for the marinas. So I have a picture of about 70 marina operators, owners, and employees that have their thumbs up to show you how supportive they are of this bill. I apologize that they couldn't be here today. Recreational boating is about a 1-2 $1.2 billion annual economic impact in New Hampshire. And those are 2018 numbers. As many of you might know, during the pandemic, a lot of people turned to the water to get out and get out with their families. So we're expecting the 2023 numbers to come in probably higher than that. We have a lot of New Hampshire marine-based businesses that belong to the association, both in the Seacoast as well as in the Lakes region, and there are lakes all around our state. So we're finding a challenge with workforce. We're trying to work together, and we're very appreciative of sponsor Senator Waters and Representative Cordelli and all the other sponsors who have seen this as a need in our community. So I will turn it to Jeremiah, who is the expert.
Thank you. Thanks for hearing us today. I grew up in the Lakes region and love what New Hampshire has to offer. And boating is one of those things that brings families together. It brings people together, and is one of the things that attracts a lot of tourists to our area in the Lakes region. When I became general manager of Goodhue, looking towards workforce and needing to sustain our growing business, there weren't really places to go to find development. So I started reaching out to Lakes Region Technology Center right there in Wolfboro, formed partnerships with them, invited field trips to come out, go to their career days. We're seeing students now with Goodhue t-shirts and sweatshirts that didn't even work at Goodhue, wearing these apparel, and creating a buzz around marinas and the industry. And a lot of times these students don't even realize that there are careers in marinas. Specifically, there's currently not a program at the Lakes Region Technology Center for marine. As I'm going through the search trying to find where do we attract people and workers, no other program that I could find in New Hampshire at the CT level existed that I know of. There is at the community college a program which is a phenomenal program, and we actually use that program to train technicians and continue their education and send them to school there. But I had to actually go to Maine to find a CTE program at that level. Had an enlightenment there that the actual curriculum exists already for this type of program. American Boating and Yacht Council is a very well-known accreditation and program within the marina industry. They have the textbooks, they have workbooks, they have all of the curriculum necessary to plug in and play into our schools here in New Hampshire. So certainly as far as timing, to kind of answer your question on if it's the CTE programs and timing, I feel that in working with Lakes Region Technology Center, this could happen really quickly. The curriculum's there, the program, the principal and the school is willing, and our partnerships with the Marine Trades Association, we're ready to help facilitate how we can, which will also feed that community college level as well. So I'm very excited. I started down this road probably 3 or 4 years ago. I feel like COVID kind of derailed it a little bit, but excited to see it back moving forward now. We can take any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. I don't have any other cards up here for this bill. Is anybody else out there? Okay, thank you. Pardon me? Representative Cornell wants Director Burke. Do you want to talk? She listens to you every other Monday.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome,
Chair.
Jeff.
Members of the committee. I'll just open it up to 2 questions. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
You better have a question.
Thank you. How soon do you think the program could be up and running in whichever location is best for this program?
It would be very quick. The way this would work is rather than bringing a separate and distinct marine trades program, we would treat it as a pathway course or a capstone within an existing program. There's a number of programs that would be good fits. So if we're thinking about hull repair, for example, auto body is going to be a natural fit where students that are going through the auto body program would then take a capstone or additional course that would then be specific to hull repair. We would develop a set of competencies that are unique to marine trades. The things that a student would need to know and be able to do in order to work in a field that's related to something they've already studied. So I think some of the natural fits would be auto body repair technology, auto body, auto technology for the engine part of it, diesel equipment. But also there's some other interesting opportunities in the area of welding, soldering. And I think those could be brought on very quickly. There's a question earlier about industry recognized credentials, and that dual certification of welding certification and diving would be a great fit. A number of our CTE programs have municipal pools that are right close by. Dover and Portsmouth both spring to mind. So a young person could be scuba certified and do a welding program at the same CTE center, come out with 2 certifications. You're welcome.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to the table. You made me think of a question. I think this is a great bill. I love to see expansion of CTEs and pathways. But from an administrative perspective, does that mean the school district needs to seek out an additional personnel to be able to, from the field, to be able to provide that program? Or would it be integrated within whatever programs the school has already?
Thank you for the question, Representative Cascadden. The answer is the latter. The existing program would have these additional competencies. Every CTE program has a program advisory committee. One of our requirements is work-based learning. So taking part in either authentic or simulated work that includes sustained interaction with industry professionals. So some of that direct instruction that's specific to the marine trades could be provided by, the supervision could be provided by that program advisory committee member coming in and donating their time, taking advantage of the tax credit. The district would not need to hire any additional advanced endorsements of certified personnel. You're welcome.
I'm on track with you. Instead of increasing that budget by $2 million to $11 million per year of the biennium, we're going to have to increase it to, it's going to grow. Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How much capacity do the existing programs have, for instance, when you referenced the overlap with auto body? Can you accommodate a lot more students?
That's a great question. And I think the way that it will work out is it probably won't be an influx of additional students to begin with. I think once these pathways are established, that may attract more students that have an interest. I think the way it will work in the present time is already we've opened up, thank you to this body, CTE is now open to students that have completed 1 year of high school. So whereas in the past CTE was often junior year, senior year, now it's sophomore year, junior year, senior year. So there's an opportunity that opens up for a young person who goes into a program in the sophomore year to go through, say, let's say for the sake of argument, auto tech. They learn how to work on cars in 10th grade, 11th grade. They decide they want to focus on marine tech in senior year, which could include some work-based learning component or some study at the local community college. So I think that the capacity building potential is there. And I think that we could turn the lights on a pathway, of course, right now with the capacity as it is. You're welcome.
Further questions? Thank you very much, Jeff.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other folks that want to talk or speak or present on this bill? If not, we're closing the hearing and we'll get ready here to go into SB 216. That bill is making changes to the requirements for civics education in schools. Oh, Senator Carson, you're here. I didn't see you behind that.
I'm hiding.
You must have just crept in on us.
Yeah, I did. You were busy here? Yeah. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to come forward?
Please. Yeah, for those that spoke, that didn't hand us in a pink card, will you please do so? So we'll have that on record. Jeff? Okay. Okay. Senator Carson, you always been here before talking about veterans or Veterans Affairs or?
Mr. Chairman, I spent 8 years in this room as a House member, so
Yeah.
I'm very familiar, not with this layout, but when the room was much smaller. But it is a pleasure to be back here in House Education.
Well, thank you very much, and you're welcome to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, honorable members of the House Education Committee. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration this afternoon Senate Bill 16, which seeks to make changes to the requirements for civics education in school. Mr. Chairman, as you are well aware because you were here, we have passed a civics requirement for our children in schools that they must have before they graduate. But unfortunately, we really didn't flesh it out too much. And so what this bill tries to do is set up those parameters so everyone is on the same page when it comes to our students getting a civics education in our public school system. Senate Bill 216 was written to establish a Civics Education Commission as well. Civics is, quite frankly, more than learning about government. Civics encompasses how government works in action. And quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if most people are aware of this, but I teach classes in government and politics at a community college in our state. So I see a lot of the students when they come out of our public school systems. Some of them have a little bit of knowledge, but the vast majority of them just really do not understand how our government works. And more importantly, how they can access government. And I tell my students, it's important that you realize government determines how we live our lives every day. It tells us what you can do, and it tells you what you can't do. And so how can you participate if you don't understand it? If you don't know how you can make government work for you and how you can let your voice be heard. Mr. Chairman, I went to public school a very long time ago. I'm not afraid to say that. And we were taught civics. We were taught civics beginning in grammar school. And for some reason and somehow it just seemed to kind of drop off the face of the map for a while. But I think today it is more important than ever that our children learn about our system of government and how it actually works so they, again, can access it and be a part of what makes this country great. I firmly believe that the education of all of our citizens is critical for the development and advancement not only of our state, but of our country as well. And they must be equipped with knowledge so they can stand up and fight for what they believe is best for our country and for our state. Civics is a nonpartisan subject. You'll see there's no mention of parties in there anywhere. This is truly about educating our children so they can become good citizens and knowing how to access our systems. It's important that students understand that we have a two-party system and why we have a two-party system and how it has evolved over time. Because if any of you have been political science students, you know that it's not straightforward. It kind of goes back and forth and around, and what was once a Republican is now a Democrat, and what is now a Democrat was once a Republican. In fact, there was once a party called the Democrat Republicans. And it helps to put that into context when you're teaching civics to children to understand the background of the evolution of our political system and our government. What it also wants to do is really have students develop critical thinking skills when it comes to government, to think independently for yourself. Because when you go in that voting booth, whether you're voting on a warrant article at the local level with spending of money, or you're voting for candidates, you want to make what I tell my students is an educated decision. How do you make that kind of a decision? Well, you look into the candidate. You meet the candidate. And quite frankly, that's one of the great things about New Hampshire, is that every 2 years, you've got a whole bunch of people that are running for office. And there are a lot of kids and young students that are afraid to approach a candidate. And so I asked them, I said, look at somebody who's running for office in your district. Reach out to them, send them an email, ask them questions. If they don't respond to you, that's an indication right there. But it's important that they have those critical thinking skills so they can make those decisions. And if we don't give them the basic knowledge of our government and how it works, how are they going to be able to make those kinds of decisions if they don't even know where to start? I tell students, they ask, well, how can I get involved? And I said, well, that's up to you. Sometimes it's just as easy as putting a sign on your front lawn or a bumper sticker on your car letting people know that you support a particular candidate, you believe strongly in that candidate. Or you can write a letter to the editor of your local paper in support of a candidate, or go to an event. And a lot of students, no, I didn't know I could do that. But I think if they had this grounding in civics, they would understand that our system works based on participation, that our forefathers created our government for them to participate. We tend to forget, Mr. Chair, that we started out as a colony, and we think of colonies and colonial, and people were dressed in nice little big dresses, and the gentlemen were wearing hose and fancy suits. But we did not have the ability to govern ourselves. We had colonial legislatures, which over time became more powerful than I think what England had intended them to be. But that be that as may, they were hamstringed. They had no representation in Congress, in Parliament whatsoever, nothing. But most students aren't taught that type of history. Just so you know, my degrees are in history and early American history. So I'm one of those folks I start talking about and I just kind of go on and on and on about it. But it does directly tie into civics because you need that background. And really, what this bill tries to do is set those parameters and get that necessary education for these kids that's uniform. And so hopefully everyone's learning the same thing. There'll be a little variations, of course, but it's that basic background that we're looking for. This came at the request of administrators and students. I've had the pleasure of attending a 603 Civics presentation that was done in our state Supreme Court. And I can't tell you how pleasant it was to see these young children participating in our government. It just really, I think, was just wonderful. And I hope that this committee, if you have the opportunity to attend an event for this Civic 603, that you do that. It's great to see these kids participate. And so, Mr. Chairman, I could go on and on and all day. I know it's been a long day for you folks. And as a teacher, I kind of know when it's time to stop. Because I could go on and talk about the English Civil War and the impact on, you don't need that. So anyway, I hope the committee looks favorably on this bill. There are folks from Civic 603 here that can answer your questions. And again, I hope you look favorably on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the senator? Oh, hands go up. Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. This doesn't seem to have a specific curriculum attached to it, so it does leave it up to the local district to develop their own?
It's my understanding that that is part of it. The bill was amended in the Senate, and I did not get an opportunity to really purview that amendment. So that very well could have happened in the Senate Education.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative McDonald, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Carson. I would agree with you that civics really is not taught the way that it used to be or that it should be. I see within this bill, specifically page 2, you have A, B, C right at the top, lines 5 through 7. And it says opportunities and responsibilities for civic involvement. In your experience as a teacher, would you say that students who understand how government functions are more likely to be involved, and that this bill would have the positive influence on increasing, let's say, voter turnout or citizen participation in government?
Yes, I firmly agree that if you understand it, you'll participate.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I love a lot of this stuff. I really love the idea of expanding civics, the Declaration of Independence, and other things. There's one question I have that's a little bit of a concern based on actually testimony we heard just a little bit earlier in the day. When there was a bill that came up and non-public schools were brought up, and the Department of Education seemed to testify that that would include such things as homeschool collectives. Is that something that this bill would be applicable to?
Thank you for the question. I really cannot answer that because it was my understanding we're looking at public schools. So this curriculum, but again, there are folks here who probably can answer that question for you. I just don't have the knowledge, and I'm not going to mislead you.
Thank you.
I do have a question for you. I was also a history major, geography major in my first degree, and happened to write the main studies curriculum, which dealt with social studies for grades K through 12 in Maine. Down east brought it out. I have a difficult time divorcing, and you've mentioned it several times. For example, if I'm talking about Shays' Rebellion, a rebellion against taxes and all that in the state next door to us right now, or south of us, Massachusetts, Western Mass. How do you divorce teaching history, civics, and government if you're going to really, and I noticed that you can embed this in the elementary grades as you so desire. That's a wonderful idea. Why can't you do that in the middle school as well, where you have it, you shall teach a course in civics? Why not civics / government / history?
Mr. Chairman, you're preaching to the choir.
Okay.
I mean, we can talk about the ramifications of Shays' Rebellion, but at the same time talk about the Whiskey Rebellion in Western Pennsylvania that are directly related.
Yeah.
And the one thing that got George Washington to put his uniform on again and go out with a ragtag army, because we didn't actually have one at the time.
I thought
to try to
Martha
put
wanted
that
them out of the house.
I don't get involved in domestic situations, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much,
always
Mr.
fun.
Chairman, and thank you very much to the committee.
Next individual we have up, and I have a laundry list I'm supposed to follow here. So Martha Madsen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to Senator Carson for being the prime sponsor for this bill in the Senate, and thanks to all of you for considering this. Really appreciate that. I come here today to speak about civics education and to ask you to support SB 216. My name is Martha Madsen, and I'm a longtime public school educator. For the past decade, I have worked in different capacities for New Hampshire civics. So I've been involved in the civic area for a long time now. And this is very exciting to have this kind of consensus among educators and citizens and bipartisan group of senators. So this More Time on Civics bill has originated out of a group that has been meeting for a couple of years called the New Hampshire Civic Learning Coalition. And our goal was to reach out to as many different kinds of shareholders or, groups that cared about this issue. So I want you to know that this isn't just sort of New Hampshire Civic's idea. This has broad support among many groups, including the New Hampshire School Library Media Association, the New Hampshire Teen Institute, the New Hampshire Bar Foundation, and the New Hampshire Bar Association, the New Hampshire School Boards Association, Strawberry Bank Museum, education departments at New England College, University of New Hampshire, and St. Anselm College, the New Hampshire Council for the Social Studies, the New Hampshire Historical Society, the New Hampshire Association of School Administrators, and I could go on, but I'm trying to be brief. The organizations that have come out formally in support, their boards have voted in support. My organization, New Hampshire Civics, the New Hampshire Bar Foundation, officially supports this bill. The NEA New Hampshire, both unions in the state, also the AFT New Hampshire, Carl Ladd and Jerry Frew from NHSAA are supporters. The League of Women Voters, the New Hampshire Council for the Social Studies, so we have the teachers on board with this, they're ready to do more, and the New Hampshire Historical Society. So there is broad support. And I'm just going to tell you 3 of my favorite reasons why this is so important. There are so many, and you're going to hear a lot of reasons today, but my favorite reasons, and ones that are close to my heart. Civics education has the potential to unite our state and our country, and to help us move on together to solve problems in spite of differences of opinion. In a poll taken recently by Dr. Frank Lutz for Civics Now, it was found that 56% of Democrats and 56% of Republicans thought civics education was the best way to unify as a country and move forward. That is comparing it to things like national service and other ways to bring people together. We know, this is the second reason, we know that civics and the social studies in general have been marginalized, have been backburnered for several reasons, including the enactment of the No Child Left Behind laws, federal laws that started in the early 2000s. Since that time, about 20 years ago, 44% of school districts have reduced time for social studies. Social studies receives the least amount of instructional time in elementary grades when compared to the amount of time afforded to other core subjects. My third and the last one I will share is that the preparation for civic life was the original purpose of public schools in the United States. Our constitutional democracy won't last without better and more civics education. We know that students who receive effective and high-quality civics education, as Representative McDonald made reference to, they're more likely to vote. They're 4 times more likely to volunteer and work with their neighbors on community issues. They're more confident in their ability to speak publicly and to communicate with elected representatives. I want to call attention briefly to letters of support for this bill from the Honorable Chuck Douglas. I will distribute that later, and the Honorable Steve Dupree. Also, 2 civics teachers who are also lawyers have written letters of support. Dan Marcus of John Stark Regional High School and Christopher Herr of Concord High School. So those will be distributed at the end. It's been really gratifying to observe the consensus for this bill that has emerged among these very diverse stakeholders. And it's been really amazing to do civics for civics. And I thank you very much for your consideration and your support. And I'm ready to take any questions if people have them.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I was wondering if you might recall a report that was done maybe 12, 14 years ago about civics instruction in New Hampshire. And I believe Justice Souter and maybe even Sandra Day O'Connor were involved in that report. Reading this reminded me of that because maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong if you remember it, but I think it talked about New Hampshire leading the nation and having civics instruction at every grade level, beginning at kindergarten level. Do you recall that by any chance?
Yes, I'm not sure about a report, but I know that both Justice Souter and Justice O'Connor came to Concord and spoke about the importance of civics education and the danger of having a citizenry that is ignorant about how they can have their voices heard, how the government works, how dangerous that was. So I don't know if that is what you are making reference to, but certainly, you know, the Supreme Court justices are very concerned. It doesn't matter if, you know, what side of the aisle you're on, whether it's Justice Sotomayor, Justice Gorsuch, Justice Roberts, they're all very concerned about this issue. So it seems to be important to them because I think they see sort of the results of not having it very clearly. Yeah.
Yes, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It's just for clarification, because I am familiar with the bill and definitely needs to be on the books. But my question is in regards to the assessments. So every student who takes a civics course has to take a locally developed assessment, and they're required to take the naturalization examination as well to graduate?
I think that's what it is right now in high school.
Okay, that was my question. I wasn't sure what exists now.
Yeah, but this is something different. This is focused on K through 8 because it's not enough to introduce a new topic to students, in their senior year when they're halfway out the door. Yeah. I want to respond also to the time question about integrating with history, and you certainly can do that in elementary school. There's no more time in elementary school, so we have to integrate, right, with music, with art, with literacy, with classroom management. There are many, many easy ways for teachers to do that, and it's almost just a mind shift and some really good professional development. I mean, we have kindergarten teachers who are teaching coding now. So if they can do that, they were trained to do that. They didn't go to school, to college to learn about coding. They were trained by the STEM community to teach coding in kindergarten. They can do that. So if they can do that, we can support our elementary school teachers to integrate civics into what they are already doing. I don't know if I answered your question though.
In the bill, is the expectation that a test would be required at the elementary level or just integrated within the curriculum?
Yeah, this doesn't have an assessment attached to it, although, we didn't change the high school policies at all. Okay. But we're proposing that it starts in kindergarten. We know that it's too late, right? The way it is done right now. Yeah. The other thing about history is the history keeps getting longer and longer. Yes. And I know my own kids, they learned sort of, colonial period through maybe Reconstruction several times in school. They learned that over and over, and they never even got to Vietnam. And so what this is doing is saying, yes, that's all important. History is super important. But if we, history keeps getting larger, we need to carve out some time specifically for civics because it's getting lost in the history curriculum. And it's really, really important. Not to say that you can't teach them in an integrated way, you can, but it's not always done. And it's important that it be focused on right now.
And it was integrated in the past. As part of just teaching. Thank you.
Representative Myler, did you have your hand up?
Thank you for being here and thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
We currently have in the law the teaching of government and civics. That's noted here. This expands it to the elementary schools. But my sense is that the reason why this has come before us is that even though it's been in the law, it's not being taught enough. So my question is, why do you think the passage of this law, since it's already in the law, would demand greater teaching of it?
Well, I think there was some confusion because the first iteration of this law that I saw said no later than grade 8, I believe. So there is a change within this law. I think there was some inconsistency because elsewhere it talked about K through 12, but in this law, we're making it consistent so that it should be clear that it should begin in kindergarten. And it should be taught in an integrated way through grade 5, and then in grade 6, 7, or 8. And again, there's flexibility there for localities to do it however they want. But somewhere in those grades of 6, 7, or 8, there should be the equivalent of a half year of civics. And we know that middle school is a great time to teach civics because these young people are starting to think like adults. And yet, and they're not jaded yet, you know, like a senior in high school might be like, oh, you know, rolling their eyes about whatever. We know developmentally that middle school is a really terrific time to introduce civics. And I don't think that's done in a consistent way in our state.
Thank you.
So.
Further, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Martha, for joining us this afternoon. I know you've worked many years on this, and it's involved a lot of people, a lot of stakeholders, and I really compliment the effort to really put forth. I think, you know, a bill that really does provide some comprehensive reforms and improvements to the framework for our civics education, both at the elementary, middle, and at the high school level too. But what I wanted to focus on was at the high school level, and there is a provision in existing law that Dr. Cascadden, I think, had asked about. You said, yeah, it's an existing law, and that provision came into being, I think, 2 years ago. Maybe devoid of any instruction, devoid of any curriculum. It was just a graduation requirement where every high school, in order to graduate from high school, you had to get a 70% or better on a 128 question naturalization exam, and with absolutely no curriculum behind it at all. And so I guess, you know, as part of any bill, you can amend existing language too. When that bill was presented to us, the prime sponsor said that the knowledge would just wash over the students. And I noticed you didn't use that type of language at all when talking about what students would learn from the using the framework that you've got here. But I do have a concern, and just want to ask you, on the first page, will the half year, or how will the half year course of instruction, so this is on line 17, civics in high school, required for high school graduation, and then the definitions of civics in lines 19 through 30, how will that prepare students to take that high stakes 128 question, wash over me, the answers wash over me, naturalization test required for graduation?
Well, I think, you know, we can certainly have a debate about pedagogy. My personal opinion isn't really relevant here. We have worked really hard to create consensus. And so while I feel that a multiple choice test, I personally feel that that's not the best way to instruct people. I also know that testing drives instruction. So even if you have a really poor test, if teachers are trying to ready their kids for that test, they can't help but learn something. I don't have an objection to people knowing facts. I think facts are important, but if you don't know how to use them and you're not critical about where you find those facts and you don't think about who is choosing those questions, which questions are left out, I think, but we as a coalition did not really monkey around with what was already there. We didn't go there. I think that's for another project. What we're doing today is asking for more time to prepare students, not only to take that test, but to actually be good citizens and know how to participate as they get older. I don't know if that answers your question, but
It helps a lot.
this is all of this is compromise. And that's one thing I don't think that, students are learning enough about, is that nothing, like, this isn't exactly how I would put it, right? But this is what the group, a couple of years of work has put forth for now. And we're not stopping, we're going to continue to work. But for now, we feel that whether it's for the test or whether it's for being a good citizen or for whatever reason, we're going to have more success if we start earlier, and that young people have that foundational knowledge, so that when they get to high school, they have something to pull on. They have some prior knowledge to connect to, right? And so it's going to stick, and they're going to remember it more. It's going to be more meaningful to them if they have a context for it.
Great, thank you very much.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here for your testimony. So obviously, civics is incredibly important. It's something that we need to focus on and get into curriculum. No disagreements there. I believe you said your group, New Hampshire Civics, very involved with this, your nonpartisan group.
Yes.
I did go to the website real quick just to see exactly what is happening and what is being recommended. And when I click on educator resources, one of the first things that comes up is an article called "What Kind of Citizen? The Politics of Educating for Democracy," that goes on to denigrate the conservative view of the word citizen as narrow and ideological and insufficiently good for democracy and justice oriented. So I guess my question is, exactly how nonpartisan is this?
This is completely nonpartisan, as you could see from the support in the Senate. We have had speakers of all stripes come and speak, right? I think that was a Joel Westheimer event, but we've had Susan Collins come, and we've had, a Republican appointed Supreme Court justices come to speak. So we are very aware that we need to be balanced in our approach, because otherwise we don't have a lot of credibility, right? We really do want participation, informed participation, but we do not have a political orientation at all.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Ellison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And you may not be the right person to answer this. I'm going to ask you anyway.
Okay.
I like the way the bill is laid out. I like the requirements. As a former social studies teacher and now being on this committee for 5 years, what we might want to happen in the local schools and what does happen can be two different things. Was there any discussion, a lot of discussion on all of this, but was any of that discussion about how do we know that the high schools are teaching what we thought they should teach, or how are they teaching? Was there any discussion about a mechanism for trying to figure that out 1 year down the road, 2 years down the road?
We feel that our coalition, we have people involved from the Department of Education and, superintendents and principals, people who have, some considerable power within the structure. And so we feel that the coalition will be a good check to see if this bill is making a difference, if teachers are actually teaching this and following through, and what the results are. So that's how we're viewing the coalition as an informal body that would be very vigilant about this.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I'm just gonna ask it, try to ask it in the form of a question. And I think that either Representative Mile or Representative Luno alluded to this. We've had, in fact, it was Senator D'Alessandro and myself who wrote part of this here, and we stole it from Ohio.
Really?
And we put it in because we felt that this stuff wasn't being taught. I also remember when Mary Guile and Mary Heath were on this committee at a time, that's dating it back a while. And we had the statewide assessment. And the statewide assessment was once inclusive of social studies. And we were looking at the old frameworks which were developed for social studies, which is back around, what, 2008, thereabouts, 6, 8. And those have evidently become our standards, I guess. So my concern is, the question is, if in fact we've had some of this on board in law, yet how do we ensure it is taught in these schools? When the schools have the responsibility for instruction and curriculum, we have the responsibility for academic standards. We put this stuff there, but how do we put forth another statewide assessment of some kind? Or involve it in the annual statewide assessment? Or there's lots of different ways of assessing too, portfolios, the whole 9 yards. So I guess that's where I'm hung up.
Yeah, we haven't really gotten to that yet. Assessment is one of those policies on the policy menu that we've considered. And I guess we feel that that right now the assessment is this naturalization test. That's a very high stakes test. It's attached to graduation. So we better get together, if that's going to be the assessment, we better spend some time on it, right? We don't want people not to be graduating from high school. But I think that's an important question. I personally love a digital portfolio as an assessment. But again, I'm not in charge of everything. So that would be my preference, is to have something that starts in kindergarten and sort of tracks that person's civic life, civic learning through high school. So, but again, and what we want to do is in the coalition is to be very supportive of teachers. And one thing that Carlette asked for is a whole year before this is implemented, so that teachers and schools can get ready and get up to speed. They're already doing a lot of things and they're like saturated. So what we want to do within the coalition is make sure that teachers and administrators know about all the excellent resources that are out there. And to really give them some support, some professional development, to make it easy for them to access and easy for them to implement these things.
Thank you. Representative Myler?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, because follow up Representative Ladd, that's my concern.
Yeah.
Is that you can pass all kinds of laws you want to, but if there's nobody there to try to implement that law, then it just sits on the books and it's in the shelf of indecision, basically. So I'm very pleased to hear your commitment of your coalition. I've checked with the Social Studies Teachers Association, and they're committed to this.
Yes.
So I think if the coalition follows through with this, then in fact, what you're saying in this law that you're proposing, then it will happen, because those are the practitioners that are going to be implementing it. So
right,
thank you for that clarification.
Sure, we've done the work, and not imposing something, but asking people, over 2 years, trying to find something that people agree on, and this is what they've agreed on. I think having buy-in will makes it more likely that people will actually implement, and also providing support with that to them.
I'm just going to take a moment and read the statute on this assessment, because I think that's important. It says, history, geography, civics, and economics remain required critical areas of study. Therefore, assessment of these subjects remains within the purview of the local school board. So what we did, because the state wasn't assessing, we knocked it down at that time to the local school board to ensure that it was taught. There were people on this committee at that time that didn't want to do that either. However, we didn't have the statewide assessment, so we were just sort of in this, where do we go? So in order for this, and I guess I should be asking questions, that would you believe that you need to, or we all need to develop how we're going to hold people accountable for the subject of civics?
Yeah, I think
And
that's
Senator
a
Carson
future
says
policy
government too.
question, right? Yeah, I think it's a future policy question. I think there is some accountability in the testing that's there already. And I think having buy-in and having support will go a long way, but assessment is, you know, is another piece that we could look at another time. So.
Further comments or questions from the committee here? Yes, Representative Damon.
Mr. Chair. Independent of that very credible and concerning discussion about assessment, I'm trying to make this into a question. On lines 27 through 30, when you list some examples of topics to help with appreciation of free speech and civil discourse, and reflecting on your observation that your own children, and I parallel the experience with mine, had some repeated history learning over time and therefore did not get to current or more recent events very thoroughly, if at all. I'd love to see the end of line 30 additionally say, and contemporary or maybe and current topics in civics. Because 1960s, well, certainly a very important part of civics, is now a long time ago, and lots of things have happened and will happen going forward. So that isn't a question.
We're living the 1960s. I lived it.
I did too. I'm not dissing the 1960s. I'm just saying there's yet more.
Right, it keeps getting longer.
Any further comments or questions? Thank you very much, Martha.
Thank you very much.
Senator D'Alessandro, don't sit down. If you want to sit in the hot seat right now, you've got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee. I apologize for having to leave, but I had to pry Bill over across the hall that we hopefully will get past. For the record, I'm Senator Lou D'Alessandro. I represent District 20, Manchester Wards 2, 3, 4, 10, 11, and 12. And I come before you as one of the sponsors of the civics piece of legislation. Now, the chair and I have worked for a number of years on civics and trying to develop a civics plan for our schools, particularly at the secondary level. This covers more than just the secondary level. And indeed, I think it's indicative of what's happening in our country. People don't know anything about civics. They don't know anything about government. They don't know about the structure. They don't know how to participate. And as a result, we have chaos. And I must tell you that what we're witnessing, what I'm witnessing, in terms of the government of our nation and governments around the world, is a total inconsistency, a chaotic situation. And it's depressing to me. I've taught civics. I taught it at Kennett High School in Conway, New Hampshire. I taught it at Bishop Bradley High School in Manchester, New Hampshire. Taught at New Hampshire College and Franklin Pierce University and St. Anselm College. So I've spent my life trying to inform people about what it is to be a participant and how important your vote is, how important your knowledge of the system is, how it works, how it functions, and how it functions for you. And if you don't participate, you can't complain. You just can't complain.
you've got to be an active participant. And in New Hampshire, we're pretty good at it. You know, particularly in presidential primaries, we get the vote out. But I'll tell you, our municipal elections are a disgrace. We get very few people out. A 20% turnout, sometimes an 18% turnout. That's ridiculous. And what do? We complain. We just look at the newspaper, listen to people talking in the street, and what are they doing? They're complaining. What are they complaining about? Oh, this lousy government doesn't work. My taxes are too high. I'm not getting the services that I want. Well, you got to be a player. You got to participate, and you've got to be an active participant. And hopefully we can do that. We can excite young people. I've got 3 children. I've got 9 grandchildren. I've got 2 great-grandchildren. Hopefully, somebody in that crew is going to follow my footsteps, so to speak. I have a daughter who's very active in politics. She's very active around this legislature, and I think doing a good job. Her knowledge of the system is good, and her ability to interact with people is, I think, pronounced. I have another daughter-in-law who's a school nurse. I talked to her about her this morning before another piece of legislation. And she's working with kids on a daily basis, just trying to help kids out. So some of the family has participated, and I just hope that we can spread the word. Just enlighten people as to your involvement in the process makes a difference. You make a difference. You all are here and are making a difference. You're making a difference by your participation. And your votes are going to be big coming up. You're going to be voting on the budget for the state of New Hampshire. Hopefully we'll be working on the Senate side. But unless we understand the process, unless we understand how meaningful participation is, it's all for naught. So I hope that we'll continue to pursue a good civics program. You know, I'd like to see it K through 12, obviously, because we never stop learning. And indeed, the better we are acquainted with the facts, the better the decision-making process will be, and the better success we'll have in making our cities better, making our towns better, and certainly our states better. And we've got to have an influence on the direction of the country. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you very much for your attentiveness and appreciate it. Even though you graduated from the University of Maine, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I appreciate the old Yankee Conference.
We'll make you an honorary black bear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll entertain any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Lou. Are there any questions from the committee for the senator? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you for your kindness and your work on civics bills and your great work on education. Thank you.
Thanks. Now we're going to go down through this list, Senator Khan, that you provided me. Elizabeth Duprue. It's D-U-P-R-U-L-E-E? Yeah. Okay.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth DeBrule. I'm the Director of Education at the New Hampshire Historical Society. We are a supporter of this bill, of these amendments, and as any good historian, I just want to give a little context to this. The New Hampshire Historical Society is one of the oldest nonprofits in the state. We have had a dedicated education program since 1964. We work with thousands of school kids every year. At the moment, we work with roughly 30,000 school kids in New Hampshire a year. They come through our program, through the field trips. They participate in, we have a new statewide social studies curriculum on the loose, that's being adopted all over New Hampshire for elementary students, and they work with us through that. So we have a long history and a lot of kids on which to track trends and see how things are changing. And things are changing really dramatically. In about 2015,
about 2015 or 2016, we started seeing a real change in the students that we were working with. Their understanding and knowledge of history and civics just plummeted. It happened very quickly. It was very dramatic. In response to this, our Board of Trustees decided to dive in with both feet. We're very concerned about it. We started an initiative called the Democracy Project. We raised $1.2 million to devote to it. And we started really kind of delving into this issue, which included a statewide listening tour with educators to see what was really going on. What we found was that the crisis is really at K through 8. A lot of attention is paid to social studies and civics at the high school level, but that isn't really where the problem is. The problem is at these younger grades and the lack of foundational knowledge that kids are getting and the marginalization of social studies across the board. What we found when we talked to teachers and educators, administrators, library media specialists was that, especially in K through 5, social studies is not really being taught in the vast majority of New Hampshire schools anymore. This was back in 2016, 2017. Time for social studies had virtually disappeared in their school day. With block scheduling, all the time was being spent on English language arts and math. Most schools had a 45-minute block per week that was spent on social studies or science. And in practice, teachers told us it almost always went to science. So in response to this, like I said, we raised the money. We did a big initiative to provide curricular resources, to provide professional development, to be a more active advocate on behalf of educators, and to work with them and find out what they needed. We support this bill in particular because there are two provisions that are really, I think, key here. The first is, we've talked about it a little bit, this change in language between social studies or history and civics education should start no later than 8th grade. That actually, as some of you have alluded to, that actually contradicts what's in the minimum standards right now, which says that social studies needs to be taught at every grade level. The problem is that for many people, RSA 18911 has been revised and looked at so many times in recent years that that's kind of become the blueprint that educators look at when they're teaching social studies education. And so that language is confusing. It makes it sound like it's actually optional before 8th grade when it's not. So by clarifying the language, you are sending a clear message about the state expectations, which have already been set in the minimum standards. You're just emphasizing, reiterating those expectations. The second piece is that middle school, that half-credit middle school social or civics course, which again is essential. A handful of states in America now require a middle school course of this nature. New Hampshire should be one of them. We should be leading the country, as we already do in representative government, through town meetings, through our citizen legislature, through the presidential primary. So we should be investing in that, because the truth is, as Martha Madsen already mentioned, by the time those kids get to high school, they need to have that basis of foundational knowledge, or they're not going to be able to do in high school the things they need to learn to be able to become fully functioning citizens. So for all those reasons, we support this bill wholeheartedly. As I mentioned, some of you have asked questions about how do we get people to teach this? How do we get it done in the schools? I did reference the new statewide social studies curriculum for upper elementary schools called Moose on the Loose. It's available online if you go to the New Hampshire Historical Society's website. It's totally free. It's totally open access. No accounts, no passwords, nothing. Everybody in the state can get on and see everything that's being taught. And it provides that foundational basis. It shouldn't be all that's taught in social studies. Other programs, other resources are very important to make a really well-rounded education. But we've already started with nonprofits like mine, nonprofits like New Hampshire Civics, providing the kind of support that schools need. We need the state to make a clear statement that you support social studies education at grades K through 12.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Do you know if they're teaching in this state? I know we did when I was over in Maine, that in the 4th grade, you all teach Maine history and civics and government. Is that occurring, not Maine, but New Hampshire civics? And because it used to be a fourth grade thing.
Right. And it is traditionally, that is when state history has been taught. And we usually see fourth graders, as you all know, right? The fourth graders come through here and then they walk across the street and come and see us at the New Hampshire Historical Society. We get a lot of field trips still. But what we were seeing more and more was that teachers were telling us, instead of that experience being the capstone to a year-long study of state history, it had become the substitute for it.
Oh.
And for many of these students, that 2-hour field trip was all they were getting of state history. Social studies has been in decline for a long time, and No Child Left Behind was really the tipping point, right? Because it only emphasized English language arts and math. Now you're seeing, for a while, schools tried to keep it in. I mean, educators are just as concerned about this as the rest of us are. They tried to keep it in, but it's been 20 years since that went in. And now we have a whole generation of teachers who did not get social studies education when they were in school. So the problem is simply compounding. I know I've heard, some of your questions to Martha. I can sense your frustration that we're not doing more, but at the same time, it's kind of like that old adage about how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. I mean, you got to start somewhere. And this is a start, something that we thought was achievable, that we had consensus around, bipartisan consensus, that was a step in the right direction. There's lots of work still to be done, but this is a first step.
Thank you. Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Holly Wilson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. I wrote my thoughts down so I wouldn't forget anything. Dear representatives, my name is Holly Wilson, and I am the winner of last year's Mary Susan Leahy New Hampshire Civics Teacher of the Year. I teach 8th grade U.S. History and 7th grade Civics at Ware Middle School, and I've been an educator and coach most of my life. I also sit on the New Hampshire Learning Coalition, which wrote this bill. It continues to shock me that 7th graders do not know the 3 branches of government when they enter my civics class in the fall. It shocks me to hear students proclaim with utter certainty that the president has more power than anyone else in government. It pains me to watch jaws drop in astonishment when I teach about lynching. Students can't believe this has happened in our country. They know so little about our government, our rights as individuals, and our power to change the future. Why? Why is this? I know why. My own children attend a school district that does not dedicate any class to the sole subject of civics until they are sophomores in high school. And this is a good school district. If they had not heard through conversations at home about the workings of our government, if they had not witnessed their parents make the effort to vote, if their grandmother had not been a selectman in the town where they lived, my children would not have understood how government works until they were teenagers. It's never too soon to help our children, our future leaders, to recognize and know the workings of our Constitution. Like the national anthem, we should teach and reteach civics year after year. We should teach and reteach what our government looks like year after year. We should teach and reteach how to become involved civically within our communities year after year. Imagine if students were exposed to civics each year of their education. Those snippets of civics remind me of a quote from Desmond Tutu. Do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world. Please support SB 216, more time on civics bill. Let's expose our youth to civics from grades K through 12 and produce the next generation of civically minded people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? As Civics Teacher of the Year, do you know of a curriculum that's out there that's been written for elementary schools?
Specifically for civics?
Well, for even social studies, it used to be a requirement. You had X number of minutes per week taught in this subject area. We took that stuff out all over the country. And now we're sitting there, as you say, because we don't measure it in a statewide assessment, I'm not held accountable for social studies, so why teach it?
Well, I can speak from what I see where I teach, and it's a tremendous school district. I'm very proud of it. But when we have vertical meetings where all of the social studies teachers come, grades 4 through 8 in my school, the social studies department in the 4th grade doesn't know where to acquire information. There isn't specifically things for them to utilize. We piecemeal together. The New Hampshire Council for Social Studies wants to be an integral part of this bill in providing professional development. That is the committee I'm sitting on. We know about the Moose on the Loose, which is a wonderful program, and teachers are very good at doing research and finding things that work for their students. But to answer your question specifically, I do not know of something that is specific in my district for grades K through 4.
We used to have various publishers, Houghton Mifflin, Holt Reinhardt, Winston, Scott Forsman, all those that had programs specifically built around social studies, K through 12. Has that all disappeared?
Well, our district has very specific what you need to teach when.
Yeah.
But if you're asking me where do we get that curriculum, you have creative teachers who teach to. We're a competency-based district, and we know our competency, what the kids have to master, and so we use the resources that we can to teach to the competency.
Thank you. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate you on.
Thank you. The greatest honor of my life.
Super. I'm sure you would really deserved it because it's been hard teaching social studies the last few years. I'm wondering if you use performance-based assessments, if you do activities rather than just sit and learn, the Declaration of Independence and that sort of thing. And if you could share with us maybe a couple of things that you do, you would suggest in the middle school area for activities. Thanks.
I have not given a traditional test in 7 years. We are a performance task. We call all of our summatives tests for old school. We call them summatives now. We call them performance tasks. They all revolve around something that's realistic. Kids need to show their knowledge through a project of some kind. And I understand what Martha was saying about the naturalization exam is much more. It's just simple questions. Do you know the facts? Can you answer the question? The way I assess my students is, can you take that information and can you tell me how that works? And can you tell me the impact that has on us today? That's the highest score that they can get. It's not easy for them to understand a lot of things at that level in 7th and 8th grade, but they can. They can. And I assess using fun things. Create a podcast and answer these series of questions that answer a series of depth of knowledge, ranking from 1 to 4. 1 is 1 number, do you know what that is? Do you know my name? You just remember it, right? All the way to 4, what is the impact? So they create podcasts, they know how to build websites. We sometimes do old-fashioned newspapers. How about a letter to the editor? Kids don't really know what that is. Elka, she's here in the background. She's one of my students. What other things have we done? Posters to advertise ideas, that kind of thing.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you for taking my question. When are you going to publish the curriculum you just described? And can we sit in on your class?
I will tell you what. The professional development that New Hampshire Civics has offered me and my colleagues, that's just one organization in this state, is outstanding. I just had a great Zoom professional development yesterday with a social studies teacher in Milford, who's an adjunct professor at UNH, talking about how do we teach democracy in classrooms that are so polarized. And he gives concrete ideas, and we feel like we're politicians as teachers. We need to cross the aisle. We need to, I don't have an agenda to tell my students what my politics are. I want them to learn to critically think. And so we have to do that kind of thing. And yeah, it would be great if we could publish this curriculum all in one place. Wouldn't it be fun? Maybe I should write a book when I retire. But we get ideas from lots of different places. And this coalition plans on following through. My committee individually, as a small group, wants to be engaged in that. Where will teachers go once they're told they need to do this to get information? We are going to provide that. The New Hampshire Council for Social Studies is one of the largest proponents. That's an easy place to go to get free information about how to teach something. Here's an idea, here's a lesson plan. So you don't have to do any work, it's just right there.
Representative Cardilli?
Thank you, and thank you for being here, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Back in 2016, well, I guess it goes to the question of how do we know what is actually being taught, or if things are actually being taught. Back in 2016, we passed a statute that said the history of the Pledge of Allegiance and Star-Spangled Banner should be taught. Do you know if that's being taught?
It is being taught. Specifically, I can speak to my district. We don't have such specific, we have learning targets underneath our competencies, which last year we just narrowed down. ELA had 56 learning targets. Science had 128, and it was almost impossible to reach them all. But we try our very best. We understand what we need to teach, but is it actually, for me, specifically stated? No. I need to teach that they understand government. That's pretty vague, and that gives me a wonderful platform from which to jump.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Megan Tuttle?
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Megan Tuttle, President AA New Hampshire. I will keep this short because I know there's a long list. It's late. There's still more bills, and I don't know how I can follow that. So I had written remarks, and I'm going to turn them in. I'm completely going different, though, listening to what's been said. I was a social studies teacher for 18 years, 8th grade social studies, U.S. history from colonial times through Reconstruction. So everything we're talking about is what I did for 18 years. I guess what I really just want to say here, I have 3 boys. I've mentioned that before. They're in public school. They're currently 4th, 6th, and 10th grade. When my 10th grader was in 4th grade, one of the things that I had my 8th graders do was we taught, they learned about New Hampshire history through me so that they could come into my son's 4th grade class and teach them about New Hampshire history and government in preparation for the State House tour that they were going to take that year. So when you asked about assessments, things like that, that's one thing that I did as a project. I knew my 8th graders knew the material because they taught it to somebody else and they taught it to other kids. And so that's one way that we knew it was happening. We also did a lot with differentiated learning, and I did a lot with, it was kind of an upside or a triangle where the C level was where the kids got the basic knowledge. They would learn vocabulary, just basic information in ways that fit their learning style. So we had a calendar, they could pick their, the way they wanted to learn it, they gained points. The B level was smaller, but that's where they applied the knowledge. And then the A level, the top of it, is where they answered the essential question for the unit. There's a lot of ways that we can assess them without doing a state test. And it works because there was no written test for this. It was all through, can they talk to me? And so we had conversations. If they can explain things to me, I know they're not just memorizing. I know they're not just spitting, back information that they read from a book or, learned from flashcards or whatever. So there's lots of different ways to do this. I think the big thing here is we need it back in the classroom. We need civics back in the classroom in all the grade levels. It was easy to let it go when No Child Left Behind came around because the importance was put on English, math, reading. We've been through all this, so I don't want to rehash it. But that's what happened. We need to get it back into the classroom. This bill is going to allow that to happen. The Civics Coalition, working with Martha, working with Elizabeth, working with everybody, is amazing. And so I will pass in my written testimony, but, you know, as an 8th grade social studies teacher, we need it back in the classroom. Kids were coming to me not knowing everything that was just spoke about, and that's awful for the future. And I really just honestly want all kids to get what my kids get, which they don't appreciate yet, but when they're a captive audience in the car, and they will someday, hopefully, the captive audience in the car, 10 minutes, they're getting, you know, U.S. history, they're getting labor history, unfortunately, because of my job, they're getting union history, they're getting all that, but they're getting that because they're stuck in the car with me. Every child should have that, right? So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Megan. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Megan, for joining us. And, you know, a question I'd sort of like to get at with you, and I don't know if the chair would allow Holly Wilson to join you up here, but it was something based on what she said. But they're both teachers here, so.
Oh, fine. Holly, where are you?
But Holly made a fantastic comment, and I think you touched on it as well, Megan, which a lot of the directives that we have in statute, and you use the term vague, and I like that, but it gives you a large platform for which to jump. And I took that, correct me if I'm wrong, as being a positive thing, as opposed to something so granular, like you've got to teach how, you know, the history of this specific thing or that specific thing. And so, you know, just in the last week or so, you know, we passed bills requiring teachers to teach cursive instruction at grade, I don't know what, 5 or something like that, or memorizing multiplication tables, as opposed to we want our students to learn intuitive strategies to understand math, you know, things like that. But bringing it back to 216, are the directives here that are sort of on the bottom of the first page of the bill? Would you consider those in your sort of professional experience to be sufficiently broad or vague in order to provide you with that large platform to reach your students?
I think so. I like that we've suggested, such as, and I really like what Representative Damon said about adding more current beyond the 60s, and it's a goal that, yes, I think that there is enough room for teachers to bring their own talents to the show and choose the best way to teach certain things and maybe combine some of these subjects and maybe skip one because they run out of time and they'd like to get to January 6, 2021 before they're going to talk about Federalist Papers kind of thing.
Sure. Great. Thank you very much, Holly, and thank you.
I was just going to say, I agree with, you know, it says such as, and this gives kind of what could be taught, but gives you the openness to bring other things in.
Great. Thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Tuttle? Thank you. Oh, you had your hand up?
She can come back. I can go sit down if you want. She's in the classroom right now still, so.
Just because you are representative of the teachers in the field, it has been my concern about the number of legislative curricular items that keep getting passed down to districts versus allowing local school districts to make those decisions. I believe in cursive handwriting, absolutely, but it went away. And why? Is it because something else took its place? I mean, I know our teachers are inundated today between technology and whatever else is added. Are you hearing in the field that adding civics, I mean, are people saying, well, when are we going to do it? I mean, we still have a 5.25 hour day or to a 6 hour day, depending on the levels. I think civics should have never gone away, but I can remember in the 2016 era when Common Core came out, we made a decision not to buy any more textbook series because you had to cut the budget anyway, we weren't getting enough money, but also integrating it with language arts and reading so that you hit the topics at the same time as you're teaching reading. Obviously, that did not work because you weren't spending enough time on content of civics. And I just wonder if teachers in the field have expressed that to you, because it is a huge concern of mine, and I think other things need to go, and civics needs to be there, without a doubt.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. What I'm hearing is elementary, it's always going to be hard to put something back in that's been taken out because the focus has been on math, reading, and writing for so long. I don't think it's impossible. I think it can definitely be done. We just need to help the elementary school teachers figure out how to, get civics back in the classroom. Middle school, 8th grade, 7th grade, 6th grade, right? We have specialized subjects, so it's a lot easier. And from what I am hearing, especially middle school, high school, it would be nice to have something to point to say, guess what, we do need to do this. It's important.
Right.
And I think that this will also help the elementary school teachers who are kind of saying, okay, but we have to focus on this, this, and this because of the test. This is going to be something to point to them. Now, 2 different hats to wear on curriculum mandates coming down from the state. I have my teacher hat. I have my, NEA New Hampshire hat. The way this is written is good because it gives direction, but it doesn't specify you have to, for example, like you were mentioning, memorize multiplication.
Right.
Teach it, not memorize it, right? So, giving some direction, but having it in statute that the direction's there, which I know it's in there, but this is just moving it forward, if that makes sense.
Just want to make sure the perception from the teacher's point of view is we can do this.
From what I'm hearing, yes, but I'll definitely someone who's in the classroom still.
Thank you.
I think if teachers understand that they need to touch on civics during these grades, they can integrate it. And I'll give you a classic example. I was teaching U.S. history not long ago, teaching about World War II, Japanese internment camps, the Holocaust. And boy, that Japanese internment camp turned right into, what about our first 10 amendments? What about the rights of those people? They can just go and take their houses. They can do this. And there's civics right there. I stopped the lesson and we just went in that direction because they'd already had a civics. So they did know generally how our government worked, but it's like, how did they get away with that? So teachers can do that if they're creative, but if they know they have to, it's much easier to integrate it into what you're already teaching, I think.
Before you leave, ladies, I have a sort of a follow-up here. I hate to drag this, but we have elementary teachers that are going to post-secondary education and getting their tickets to be a teacher. And you might get a methods course in how to teach social studies. You don't have to have anything else unless you're taking a gen ed course, your general education, that's more your liking. My concern are these elementary teachers that have come out of this situation of the classes since we talked about 2016, it's kind of been a void of a subject. Are they coming in with a knowledge and understanding that this is something we should be teaching? Are they being told that at the post-secondary level? How is it being taught there? And I see some that are shaking their heads like this, and I'm really concerned. There's nobody here from our post-secondary systems. Nobody in this crowd. And they never attend unless there's something directly affecting freedom of speech on the college campus. So I am concerned that we really, try to get in to find out the reasons why it's not being taught the way that I think we all feel it should be.
Thank you. I completely agree with that. And I've testified before in other things in the past few years that pre-service is just as important. The pre-service programs are just as important when we talked about suicide prevention and, having to do the trainings and everything. Everything that we're doing in the field, it needs to be going back. And this actually ties in with the educator shortage. I mean, there's a lot of things that tie into this. So I completely agree with that. I think, conversations with the colleges, the pre-service programs has to include things like this. I do think that the middle school, as you were talking about with the groups of teachers meeting, the middle school meeting with the elementary school teachers and letting them know this isn't coming up, the kids aren't coming up learning this. How can we help you? We have the Civics Coalition that has amazing resources, and we just need to be making sure as educators together, you know, through us, through them, through other groups, that we're letting them know about this, that these opportunities are out there, so that, just like Martha mentioned, they are learning coding in kindergarten. Teachers didn't go to school to teach coding, but they're doing it. We can do the same thing with elementary school teachers for civics.
Thanks, Megan. No further questions. Thank you very much. We won't call you back.
It's okay.
Caitlin Roca. By the way, I had on this list, but I didn't get a card for Elka. Was Elka going to speak today or not? It was right after your name. But I didn't get a pink card. Does she want to? Okay, the two of you can do it together. Good.
Well, hello. My name's Caitlin Rocca. And I'm Elka Fuller. I'm a current freshman at UNH. I'm dual majoring in political science and justice studies. I graduated from Exeter High School in the spring of 2022.
I'm from Ware Middle School. I'm in 8th grade.
Well, I appreciate you all being here today, and I come in support of Bill SB 216. I'm a part of the New Hampshire Civic Learning Coalition and have been involved in this process since I was a junior in high school. It's been absolutely amazing to hear my voice really being heard by so many adults in the room and being taken into consideration in such important legislation. It touched me, and I watched as we really wrestled with problems of how to make this bill bipartisan, how to support teachers, how to make parents comfortable, and really to make sure the students get the best education that they deserve. Would you like to say something? Okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'll just continue. Really, many students loved government class in high school. It was one of their favorite courses. They ate the information right up, and it was refreshing to them to have more of an understanding of how their government worked. But it was one semester in high school, so it doesn't really stick moving forward as much as it should and as much as it needs to. But I think the focus really should be on students want to learn this information. I had the opportunity in my senior year of high school to go to a couple 5th grade classes during Constitution Day and talk about how the Constitution is still relevant and why it's important to be an involved citizen and know your rights and your obligations as a part of your community. They loved it. The room was electric. They were raising their hands, coming up with ways that they can get involved next. And the teachers emailed me afterwards saying that that's all they could talk about for the rest of the day. This is really a skill that students need to learn moving forward, because civics is a skill and it's not really being taught as a skill. We see in our education system with science and English, we see academic paired with the ability to use it in everyday life. We have labs in science to complement the facts that we're learning. We're not just pushed into the world not knowing how to provide a hypothesis and being able to come up with a procedure to be able to prove it or find out we were wrong. Similarly with English, we don't just learn vocab or grammar. We learn how to write an essay. We learn how to formulate an argument. The same is with civics. We need to have the basis in learning the facts, what each article in our U.S. Constitution and our state constitutions are, and then being able to go forward and make sure our voices are heard. Being able to sit here and talk about such a bill as a college student is amazing. And I'm only able to do that because I was involved in the beginning. This was something I was passionate about. And I would like to see this opportunity given to students who this might not be their first thought of what they want to do, but they're passionate about something maybe that relates to a career they want to go into. And a bill comes up, or they want to write a bill about changes that they feel need to be seen. This needs to be provided to all students so they know what they how they can be involved moving forward outside of high school.
Do you want to stay?
And even in college, I have many friends who don't know what branch of government is set up in the third article of the Constitution. And that's college students. And luckily, I'm in a class where they're being taught that, but not everybody goes to college. And everybody deserves that information.
Try and hurry it up, please.
Sorry, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
So I was one of 13 winners of the Mikveh Speech Challenge last year. It's a civic education opportunity where students write a speech to help solve an issue that's important to them. Although I currently attend Ware Middle School, I was homeschooled up until last year. Public school gave me a lot of opportunities that I didn't have before, and I've always been the kind of person who loves to be involved. Last year may have been my first year in public school, but it was also one of my most successful, partially because of civics. Civics was one of those classes that everyone looked forward to. It was always fun, and we knew that it was important. We learned things in civics that we can use in everyday life. It gave us the power to fix problems and address issues using our own brains and opinions. But most of all, I think it gave us hope. Most kids in this day and age have grown up in a world where adults tell us it's up to you. It's up to you to stop climate change. It's up to you to make sure everyone is equal. It's up to you to solve the mental health crisis that this world is facing. It's up to you to fix all of the problems that past generations have created. And someday you will have to do it all alone. Hearing this from adults, even the ones who I know are doing everything they can to help, is a lot of pressure. Hearing this can make kids want to give up, especially if you have no idea how attainable it is to begin solving these problems, especially if we have no idea what our rights and responsibilities as Americans are, especially if we have no idea how our government works and how we can get civically involved in order to make these changes, especially if we have only 2 years or even 1 to learn everything we can about the mechanics of our government. How can we do all of that without the tools gained by receiving civics classes frequently? Civics has shown me how anyone can take part in governing their community, even a 13-year-old from Ware, New Hampshire. Civics taught me not only about the problems of this world, but how I can fix them. Giving students plenty of chances to gain knowledge of the Constitution, the 3 branches of government, our economy, and so much more will help students grow up to be civically minded adults who can properly navigate future America and its complicated government. Now, I'm still a student, so I don't really know how much more time we need to spend on this. I only know we need more. Please give students the time they need to learn about how our government works. Give students the tools to problem solve and form our own opinions rather than conforming to the social agenda of the adults in our lives. Give students the time they need to learn the many responsibilities and rights that come with being a citizen of America. Please give us the opportunity to fully understand the structure of the government that we will someday be responsible for managing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Oh, you have a question, Representative Cornell.
Just a question. What did you write your speech on that you won the contest with?
How can we help fix and limit climate change using cafeterias, so like composting and donating the extra food that's packaged?
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne-Marie Banfield?
Is this working properly? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Anne-Marie Banfield. I'm a parental rights advocate focused on excellence in education. Today I come here opposed to SB 216, which might kind of surprise you after so much testimony, but I do think it can be amended and possibly passed. I'll just explain some of the problems that I have with it, and hopefully it can be amended and passed. I want to first start by saying that a quality, content-rich academic education in civics is a priority that I support. I do not believe that SB 216, as it is written right now, offers that to students in New Hampshire. It starts off with language that supports a good quality academic civics education in our school, and I think that's good. However, then it directs focus away from academic content to focusing on other activities. And I will point to, if you're looking for that, IB lines 23, 24 through 30. So basically, B, C, and D are what I have an issue with. In the original bill, these were labeled as civic skills, civics dispositions, and civics behavior. And while I do appreciate the senators amending the original bill to change the language, I do still see a problem including B, C, and D. So what is wrong with students acquiring skills such as the ability to analyze a text and determine the reliability and basis of sources? And just like competency-based education, competencies were to be focused on skills too. Today, we are seeing competencies focused on measuring social and emotional dispositions. That means that they are measuring and sharing non-academic skills that are based on behavior, attitudes, values, and beliefs. Now, how do you measure all this? Subjectively. It was before this committee, and I think Representative Ladd may have been the only one in the room with me at that time because it was a long time ago. But we had bipartisan opposition to measuring dispositions with competency-based education. So if you're going to include skills, then you need to explicitly spell it out. What skills exactly do you want to put in here, and what do you want to measure? If you offer suggestions in an RSA, that leaves the door open to subjectively measuring all kinds of skills, dispositions, and behavior. Some of this should also be placed in the social studies academic standards. For instance, analyzing a specific text could be included in standards. Standards writers have an extensive background in the core subject, and they have the ability to drill down to what should be included in terms of civic skills. Then, those standards are presented to the public where we get to weigh in and make the argument to keep the standards or remove them. Ultimately, the State Board of Education would then make the final decision. We have heard a lot today about what the problem in civics is, and that is illiteracy. What children don't know. We've heard testimony today, what they don't know. Good quality civic standards and tests are the key to improving civics education in New Hampshire. That is where we should be focusing our attention. Adding non-academic suggested skills, behavior, and dispositions, no matter how good they are, can be ignored or worse, twisted into something that all of you have no intention on twisting. I also have concern, I think Representative Belcher brought this up, is this going to be a mandate for private schools? That needs to be clarified. I don't think Senator Carson clarified that. I certainly do not understand, and I would oppose this being part of private schools. There are many voices that contribute to education reform in this country. For those who are familiar with Diane Ravitch, a prominent education historian who has an enormous following of public school teachers across the country, she addressed the skills movement in the AFT's American Educator magazine in spring of 2010. This accounting of the many attempts to remold public education into skills training is worth reading, and I am going to give you a copy of that particular article. I hope every one of you read it because it is a historical accounting of this reform movement, and you need to understand it. I'm going to include the entire piece with my testimony, but I'd like to read some of what she wrote because this, again, is shifting focus away from academics to skills and other behaviors. So here's what she says. I am a historian of education and have written often about the education enthusiasms and fads in the past century. One of my books, titled Left Back, tells the story of the rise and fall of one fad after another across the 20th century. In brief, what I found is that in the land of American pedagogy, innovation is frequently confused with progress, and whatever is thought to be new is always embraced more readily than what is known to be true. Thus, pedagogues, policymakers, thought leaders, facilitators, and elected officials are rushing to get aboard 21st century skills express train, lest they appear to be old-fashioned or traditional. These terms being the worst of opprobrium that can be hurled at any educator. For decade after decade, pedagogical leaders called upon the schools to free themselves from traditional and subject matter. Elwood P. Cubberley while dean of the education school at Stanford, warned that it was dangerous for society to educate boys and even girls without reference to vocational ends. Whatever they learned, he insisted, should be relevant to their future lives and work. This sounds familiar, doesn't it? He thought it foolish to saturate them with a mass of knowledge that can have little application for the lives which most of them must inevitably lead. They were sure to become disappointed and discontented. And who knew where all of this discontent might lead? Carberly called his fellow educators to abandon their antiquated academic ideals and instead to adapt education to the real life and real needs of the students. This was in 1911. And she goes on to give more examples. The federal government issued a major report on the education of Black students in 1916. Its author, Thomas Jesse Jones, scoffed at academic education, which lacked relevance to the lives of these students and was certainly not adapted to their needs. Jones wanted Black children to learn by doing, which was considered to be the modern scientific approach to education. It was not knowledge of the printed page that Black students needed, wrote Jones, but knowledge of gardening, small farming, and simple industries required in farming communities. Jones admired schools that were teaching Black students how to sew, cook, garden, milk cows, lay bricks, harvest crops, and raise poultry. This was a prescription for locking the South's African American population into menial roles for the foreseeable future. As Jones acknowledged in his report, the parents of Black children wanted them to have an academic education, but he thought he knew better. Something similar happened in many high schools in the 1930s, where many avant-garde school districts replaced courses like science and history with interdisciplinary courses, which they called core curriculum or social living. Some districts merged several disciplines such as English, social studies, and science into a single course, which is focused not on subject matter, but on the student's life's experience. Does this sound familiar? Because we're doing a lot of this today. In a typical class, students studied their own homes, made maps, and scaled drawings, and analyzed such questions as the cost of maintaining the home, the cost of fuel, light, and power, and how to prepare nutritious meals. But there were occasional parent protests. In Roslyn, New York, parents were incensed because their children couldn't read, but spent an entire day baking nut bread. The Roslyn superintendent assured them that baking nut bread was an excellent way to learn mathematics. In the early 1990s, to move up, if you're not familiar with the SCANS report, everybody should be knowledgeable with this. 1990s brought SCANS, the Secretary's Commission on Achieving Necessary Skills, again back to skills, which recommended that exactly the kinds of functional skills that are now called 21st century skills. I'm sure you've heard that term. These documents were produced by a commission for the U.S. Secretary of Labor. And she's speaking here, and she says, I recall hearing the director of SCANS say that students didn't need to know anything about the Civil War or how to write a book report. These were obsolete kinds of knowledge and skills. When the SCANS recommendations appeared in 1991, I was an assistant secretary of the U.S. Department of Education. I discussed them with David Kearns, the deputy secretary, who had been CEO of Xerox. I said, David, the SCANS report says that young people don't need to know how to write a book report. They need to know how to write advertising jingles. He replied, that's ridiculous. You can't write advertising jingles if you don't know how to write a book report. There's much more to this article, but I'm not going to continue because it's long, but it's well worth reading. You can clearly see the elitism in this kind of viewpoint. Who's going to get those menial positions? And this is why we're dumbing down our public schools. This is what's behind the skills versus knowledge movement that she details in this historical article. So for these reasons, I urge you to vote ITL on 216. However, as I said, I do think it could be amended. I do have this article. You asked what the problems were to get this taught or why we have narrowly focused and we're not focusing on this. I think some of the information was presented. There's no standardized test. What gets tested gets taught. Whether you agree with standard testing or not, I think that is a big key component as to why this is not being taught in schools. And then action civics. What I'm seeing in our schools is a lot of action items. Kids can do this and they can do this. But if you don't have the knowledge, I mean, how do you apply the knowledge? Even Diane Ravitch wrote an article years ago in the New York Times, I think it was, about you need knowledge first before you can apply it. So everything that's in this bill up until that section, I think is good. I think what they're putting in here makes sense. Although I have to tell you, as I'm looking at D, where it says, and the Anti-Federalist Papers, has anybody read those? Yes. 7th and 8th graders? Do you remember do you remember reading that? Can you imagine 7th and 8th grader reading that? And believe me, I think everybody should read them before they graduate high school. But that is very difficult. That is an extremely difficult read for 7th and 8th graders. And there's even discussion on what should be changed up on D. So I just have the problem with B, C, and D.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Anne-Marie? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Haley Goodwin?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for letting me come speak today. As a social studies teacher, this is a dream to be able to come and practice what I preach. So I am Haley Goodwin. I teach 8th grade social studies. I've also taught grades 6 through 12. And it's really fun to be here because I was on the More Time committee in the New Hampshire Civic Learning Coalition. So I feel like this is my baby now growing up to be a teenager, an adult, sitting here and watching this unfold. It's just really amazing. So I'd like to talk to you about why this bill is so important. First, I'd like to talk to you about civic knowledge and how civic knowledge has decreased over the last 5 years that I have been an educator. So hopefully I can wake you up a little bit with some of the things that I'm about to say. I've had students who do not say or know the words to the Pledge of Allegiance, who believe that the country of Mexico is located in Wisconsin, do not know the name of their own state or where to find it on a map, believe that Thomas Jefferson was an explorer, cannot correctly identify the president or vice president of the United States, believe that there are 36 states and stars on the flag, cannot tell you where the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans are, believe that their town is actually New Hampshire, no idea why we celebrate the 4th of July, and I think the worst one that I've received so far is when we were talking about the Senate, a student's like, oh, I know the Senate, isn't his name Bill Gates or something like that? And this is coming from a 14-year-old. My students do feel confident that they know the difference between a Republican and a Democrat, and to them, that means that the opposite party is the enemy or a stupid person, in their words. I had a conversation with a student last month, we'll call her Sally, and we had just a general conversation, are you proud to be an American? She says, no, I'm not proud to be an American because I'm French Canadian. I said, oh, so were you born in Canada? Trying to dig deeper. She says, no, I was born in New Hampshire. I said, oh, well, maybe were your parents born in Canada? Trying to get some information. No, they were born and raised here too. So I had a 14-year-old student who did not understand that she was a citizen of the United States. Now, the problem here was not just her lack of knowledge, but also the fact that she was unwilling to have a conversation with me to understand that she is indeed a citizen of the United States. You see, civics is much more than just basic content knowledge. It is skill and application of that knowledge, as well as the understanding of core virtues that this nation was founded upon. Teachers are seeing the consequence of the lack of civics education on a daily basis, and this can be seen in today's teacher shortage. Many teachers are leaving the field due to rising behavior issues and the lack of civility and respect kids show to teachers and to each other. Students do receive an education on virtues and how to behave, but that does not come from parents, and it doesn't always come from teachers, but it comes from the internet and TikTok, where my students say that their heroes are people like Andrew Tate, who say that you must be loud and aggressive in order to win and conquer. My classroom is full of kids who have been shouting L's and W's because it's good to be a winner and bad to be a loser. They have no idea how to have a civil conversation by the time they get to my classroom. So going back to the conversation when I talked with students, are you proud to be an American? I learned that either they are not proud to be American or they are afraid to be. They are afraid that showing love for their country means that they are racists and hateful bigots. And this makes me sad and scared for our country. There is a difference between patriotism and nationalism, and we need to be able to teach that. Expressing love, hope, and appreciation for the red, white, and blue does not and should not lead our students to think hateful thoughts of one another. We need to teach that the red, white, and blue is what unifies us. Now, this bill does not tell teachers what lessons to teach, how to teach, or how many exact minutes each day to teach. It is, however, a declaration that civics is important and that we, people of New Hampshire, need to stand up and show the nation that Republicans and Democrats can come together to teach our students that civic virtues and civic knowledge is desperately needed. Now, this December, I'm getting married. I'm very excited to my fiance, who's also a social studies teacher. And while we are very excited to start our lives together, we also have a fear of what's going to be happening to us as we get older. We fear, looking at our current generations, what's going to happen to us when we get older as these people lead our country and lead our nation. I miss the days where past generations look to the future ones with hope that they can fix it and make the world a better place. Right now, I don't have that hope based on what I see, and I want to find it again. We have messed things up, and we need to start preparing a new generation to take on our responsibility and to keep the world running. Now, I have sat here and listened to questions being asked, and as someone who's been through this process from the beginning and as a teacher who's been in the thick of it, I would love to answer any questions that you might have, even if they are repeated.
Thank you, Haley. Any questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here and your work as a teacher. I take it you've read the bill and heard the testimony. I was just wondering if based on your experience, you'd have any suggestions on revisions to the bill.
That's a great question. I think that this is the start. I wouldn't revise it as it is written now. When we were writing this and looking at the language, you know, putting in the Declaration of Independence, it was not in here originally. I think that's really important. And there might be some things that we are missing that we do believe need to be taught, such as, like I mentioned, the Declaration. And I would be more than happy to see suggestions to that. But as others have said, this is a start, and I wouldn't change a thing at this point. I think that there could be additions later to support civics. But I believe that you need to have both the knowledge and the skills coming together, because you can't have one without the other. They really need to go hand in hand. As I mentioned, they can know who the president is. They can know how many states there are and how many stars are on the flag. But what does that matter if they can't sit down and have a conversation with each other in a civil manner? And I think that we need to be able to teach both of those things in our classroom.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Haley, for taking my question. I obviously know your school quite well. I spent 32 years there. And during that time, there was a lot of fighting over what would be taught at the elementary school. There wasn't enough time to do anything, social studies and science, or even, like, it was tough. You know, we kept talking about integration, and when we had world languages, they tried to add that, and it was a fight with specials, because if you're going to put world languages, so my question to you is, it says dedicated class time, so grades 1 to 4.
Yes.
What do you see that looking like? Are you looking at, an hour? An hour a year, or an hour a week? How do you see that playing out?
If it was my own personal opinion, I would love to see at least an hour a week. Right now, we don't even see that in most elementary schools across the state. But I think if we come together across disciplines to say that this is important. So my civics knowledge came from my mom, who was a music teacher. And she was my music teacher for 8 years. And I remember marching around the classroom, learning patriotic songs and learning about the Star-Spangled Banner and its history. And that was my civic knowledge. I didn't get it from my elementary school teachers as much as I did from some of my specials teachers. You know, you've got a picture of Krista McAuliffe on the wall behind you. And what an amazing way to bring civics together with science and math. And so I think if we get some camaraderie around this, knowing that it could support our students in even their behavior and how they're acting out in class, I think that we'd gather a lot of support to get even more than 1 hour a week. I'm just looking at what's the minimum we can get, because right now we have almost nothing, and it just makes my heart so sad. The more we can get, the better. I don't think that you should put a time limit on it. Just the more the merrier.
Follow up?
Yes.
So whatever they do is good, whatever. And you're lucky that they do teach cursive writing in both. So that's not going to go by the wayside. But so any time is better than no time?
I do believe any time is better than no time. And, you know, part of this is allowing for local control and allowing the districts to say, what does that look like? Now, I have my own opinions of what I think that should look like, and I'm sure you do, and all of us do, but this bill was written in a way to support local control. And I want to honor that and specify that. I don't think that that should be put into this bill.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Further questions? Now, seeing, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Honorable Jay Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's nice to see familiar faces and see how this process is continuing forward. I'm Jay Kahn. For the past 6 years, I was the state senator representing Keene and 14 other towns in Cheshire County. I'm still from Keene. But I'm also a member of the New Hampshire Civics Board now, and this is something that I think all of us are passionate about, right? Civics education, we're participants in the process, and we are advocates for getting more people engaged in civics. So that's why we go to schools and classrooms and talk about what we do and why students should pay attention and engage and talk with us because we need their voices and we need the questions that they want answered. I want to address first a need and then some of the questions that have come up. But let me piggyback off of Senator Carson's opening comments. New Hampshire depends on a citizenry that recognizes participants are a necessary part of our government and society in this state. And consider this about our state. We have 430 elected officials. We have 234 towns, each with 3 to 15 select persons or counselors. They each have planning boards. They have conservation commissions. We have 234 libraries in the state, and each of those have advisory committees and governing issues. 195 school districts. Each of those depend on volunteers as their governance, for their governance structure. We have a very reliable election system in this state. And the Secretary of State tells me that there are 7,000 individuals that make sure that those elections are safe and secure and produce accurate results. There are not-for-profits in this state that number over 6,500 in this state. Each of those boards has a board of directors, maybe on average 10. 65,000 volunteers leading those boards. Those 6,500 boards contribute to the economy of this of our state, $11 billion a year. Our state as a whole employs people in government, state and local, some federal, 84,000 people. That's 13% of New Hampshire's workforce. We know that in New Hampshire's government, we have 10,000 positions, 10% of which are vacant. And the vacancy rates in our municipality workforces are about equal. This is a state with less than 1.4 million people, where 25% of its workforce is in government or nonprofit organizations, and another 330,000 volunteers are volunteering for those in either government or not-for-profit organizations. And then we know that somewhere around half of the people in the state don't know our branches of government. So we have a goal. It's real clear what our goals are in this state and how this state functions. It's dependent on an engaged citizenry. But clearly we aren't giving the tools to all people to be part of that engagement. And that's what this bill is about. And it's not about doing it one time, which is what our statute right now requires. And thank goodness it does, Mr. Chairman. But the idea behind this bill is to make sure that there is a spiraling curriculum, something that can build upon previous engagement and knowledge, and that it spirals through from kindergarten through 8th grade into high school and into adult life. Because that's how we're going to be successful as a state in engaging more citizens. We not only need to understand our rights, but we also need to understand what our responsibilities as citizens in our state and in our nation require of us. Representative McDonald, thank you for your question earlier. You said if you understand it, are you more likely to participate? I think we've gotten the answer today. And you may wonder, what does participation look like in a classroom when you've got K through 3? And one of the New Hampshire Civics task forces right now is building a K through 3 curriculum. And one of the people on that task force has written that, we vote in our classroom all the time. All you got to do is start making the connections. Do you want recess now, or do you want to read? Do you want a snack now, or are we going to talk about something in the class? Let's take a vote on what your favorite color is. Representative Ladd may say it's blue. I may say it's green. Representative Ladd, why do you prefer blue? Does it make you feel? How does it make you feel? And so now you're beginning to speak about why you prefer one thing or another. This is an engagement in a voting process. You could then take a poll in the class. How many people in here prefer green to blue? Or blue to green? But you see, it's then the outcome of this and understanding the outcome and respecting that, hey, there are differences and we see things differently and we accept those outcomes. These are the civic lessons that can get tied to our educational cycles. And that's how we build and engage citizenry. When you begin to understand civics as a habit, you begin to accept those habits as your responsibilities. And voting is a habit that we need to make a part of our responsibilities. And there are many other civic lessons like that. In short, I know that there's some disagreement. When you hear that there's some disagreement, we want to accommodate that and try and, this is a bill that's tried to do that. From its introduction in the Senate to the amendment in the Senate that was introduced by Senator Tim Lang, a member of your body for many years, it leaves to local school districts the choice of how they're going to teach the content. And do read the second page, because the second page of this begins to identify very specifically what the knowledge areas are, and then you begin to apply them. And that's what the first page asks. Learn the knowledge that are the foundation of our nation, our state, and our communities, and then begin to apply it, because that's sticky learning. And we've seen that in every level of education. When you learn something and you can apply it, you are demonstrating competency. So I ask, we've gotten a unanimous vote out of the Senate on this bill, and I hope that we can get a similar kind of response from the House. And thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the Honorable Jay Kahn? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there Nancy Biederman?
think we should have had a social studies teachers convention today because I'm also a former social studies teacher. I taught 7th and 8th grade social studies, which included U.S. history for a number of years in Connecticut. I'm also have taught school in Michigan, and I've also taught for a number of years here in New Hampshire, kindergarten for 5 years. So I do know that. I wanted to read the preface of this history book because it kind of stated everything that has been going on and what the twists and turns can be to learning about civics and histories. And it says, to present the great facts of our country's history in an attractive and relatable form has been the object of this work. That the history of the United States is not more generally read arises from the fact that the works which originally ordinary readers find are overloaded with details and interrupted by tedious disquisitions. Others seem written from a sectional, political, or other standpoint, and the writer's prejudices are thrust before the reader at every page. The author has aimed to give the narrative clearness and simplicity and to be impartially giving each part of the country an equal importance and an equal justice in the treatment of events, giving importance only to such as deserve it in view of their bearing on the whole country. A history of the United States for the general public should be one to be read with equal interest in every state by persons of every age. It should be as clear as the crystal waters of our purest streams, as solid and impartial as the great mountains that receive serenely the sunshine and the storm, and look calmly down on the quiet plain and the thunderous cataract. This volume may not fulfill all that it is aimed at or desired, but it can claim to have made a step in the proper direction towards affording a history of our country, readable, impartial, and accurate. And the copyright of this book is 1886. So, as we've heard over and over as social studies teachers, if we don't learn our history, we're doomed to repeat it. So even in 1886, when we still only had at that point, I want to make sure I'm remembering correctly, that we only had 38 states. So we still, that's why it said trying to include all the states and all the areas. And it's, you know, I've always had a love for history. This was an antique book I picked up as a history teacher because I was like, let's see what happened, how history was written back then, because it seems to have changed. So yes, civics needs to be taught in the schools. I'm concerned about the same sections that Anne Marie were concerned about, and that I think this is a good starting point. I still think there needs to be worked on this bill. I keep hearing that everyone talks about No Child Left Behind. Well, No Child Left Behind stopped in 2015. We've had almost a decade to make up for any mistake or any misgivings from No Child Left Behind. And in a decade, if that hasn't happened, then that should not be the fault of a program that was over 10 years ago. You've had a decade to make changes. And the ESSA, again, did not focus on social studies. It focused on reading and science and math, because that's where they want their workforce to go towards. And they don't feel like civic knowledge needs to be there. When I did teach U.S. history, and we did get to the Constitution, we went through it, it was fascinating to engage students. I'm from a family that my parents, I've known from a young age that, yes, you have to be involved. My mother was on the PTA school board, and just now at the age of 74 years old, she stopped being a town council member in her town. So I grew up with civics and politics and everything. So while I agree that we do have to have civics, we also need to find a way to take something off the teachers' plates. If you're going to require this, then we need to take something off their plates. So as a second grade teacher, I had to fit in all the reading. I had to fit in all the math. I had to fit in all of the phonics and the writing. And yes, we still did handwriting when I taught second grade. But then we had to do this whole weekly thing almost every day about social emotional learning. Well, something had to drop. And yes, science and social studies had to drop a lot of times. I didn't drop it. I made sure it was in my classroom, but a lot of teachers, they couldn't figure out how to fit it in because you've got kids being pulled out for this thing and this thing and this thing. And if you don't take something off their plate, this is still not going to get put in there. Even if you pass this law and have this requirement, it's still not going to get in the school day because there's not enough time in the day. Because you're also dealing with the bloody nose in the corner because all of a sudden so-and-so just got a bloody nose for whatever reason, or someone has a stomach ache, or you have all that. And all those little times of missing out on learning happen, and there's nothing you can do to prevent it, or the fire drill that goes off. So, and again, you know, I keep hearing about, you know, learning about behavior and learning about concerns. That starts in kindergarten. I mean, everything you know, you learned in kindergarten, and you learned how to behave, you learned how to get along, and you learned those skills in kindergarten. It sickens me that we're talking about coding in kindergarten. No, that's not what you need to learn in kindergarten. You need to learn to behave, you learn school's rules, and you learn what is acceptable in working with others. Coding is not going to teach you those skills. And if you don't learn them in kindergarten, there's no way you're going to keep on going up onto those other grades. So coding needs to get out of kindergarten. And the last thing I have to say is I keep hearing people talking about that our country has a democracy. We are a republic. Thank you. We are a republic. Our founding fathers did not trust the masses. We do not rule by masses. We rule by a republic. We elect you to represent us and to hopefully meet our needs and then pass laws and agree to all of that. I also grew up on Schoolhouse Rock. I mean, that's where a lot of my civic information came from as a little kid. Saturday morning cartoons, you got inundated and you saw those Schoolhouse Rocks over and over and over again. And I used those in my curriculum and in my teaching because that was a way to get to the students. But again, if you want to include this and you want a way to get this in the classroom, take something off the teachers' plates. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right. Republic.
Deborah House?
Good afternoon. Deborah House from the American Federation of Teachers, and I'm here to speak in favor of Senate Bill 216, but also, express a little bit of reservation. My background is from teaching elementary, so I will actually agree with some of what the previous speaker was saying, but I'll start with the parts in favor. Teaching civics is very important, and it can be done at the elementary level. So I want to say that right off the bat. Civics is all about how we agree to, work together and make rules, how we influence the rules that are being made, and how, whether we participate or not, those rules do apply to us. So it is important to know how rules are made and how you can participate in the making of them and shape them if you want to, if you don't agree with the rules that are being made, whether that is in your classroom, in your town, in your state, or in your country. So it's very important for students to begin learning that when they are young. In elementary school, there are opportunities to incorporate that in other things you are doing, such as your every day you have a morning meeting in most classrooms, and there you do have you make your classroom rules, and you often will be voting on things. So, what rules shall we have so that we can work and learn together without interrupting each other or taking away from others' learning. So that is one opportunity to have a small civics lesson on a level that students can very easily grasp. So that is, one opportunity. There are many opportunities to work in nonfiction reading at, age-appropriate levels as you go through elementary school, where you are reading things that would be also teaching them civics lessons. I did hear you ask the question, Representative Hall, about how much time per week. I think it is much more important to look at a series of standards or learning targets so that you are teaching civics as a reasonable curriculum or series of goals, things you want the students to be able to understand, learn, and do, rather than so many minutes per week. Because there just really is not that much time in the school day to say, you know, if I just can get 30 minutes a week or 45 minutes a week, they'll definitely know how to do what they need to do. Not necessarily, because as you know was very well illustrated, often things interfere and you won't always get everyone where they need to be in that amount of time, or some students will be ahead of where they need to be. So while I support what the intent of this bill is, I do have some concerns. If we pass this, we also need to be supporting, particularly our teachers in K through 5, K through 6, with updated social studies standards that districts can adopt if they want. We're not mandating that they adopt these standards, but the learning targets that they can use so that you will have a consistent curriculum. We need to be supporting them with examples of the resources and curriculums that would be appropriate for teaching civics, particularly at those younger grades. As is pointed out, there's not a lot out there commercially. New Hampshire Historical Society has some wonderful stuff for kind of starting with upper elementary, but we need a lot of filling in that lower elementary level. And professional development, again, at the elementary level, we do have some teachers who are not confident in teaching civics, maybe because they haven't looked at it so much as a separate discipline from what they are already teaching. You know, they're confident in teaching math, confident in teaching reading. They haven't really been asked to teach civics. So those are my reservations about this bill. My colleagues on the New Hampshire Civics Learning Coalition are confident about their ability to work together to provide some resources. When this bill was first written, there was a commission attached to it who would have helped with that implementation piece, but it was taken out when the bill was amended. So I guess my closing would be something that would make sure the implementation of this doesn't get lost. It doesn't just get dropped with, yes, we've got some wonderful ideas, we think they all should be taught, you all figure out how to do it. That doesn't really help our students in the long run, because you all figure out how to do it ends up being, oh my gosh, one more thing on my plate, how does it get done? And with that, that's all I really need to say today. I'll take questions and try to answer them if I can.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Kathleen Cuddy-Egbert, thank you for hanging in.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'll try to be brief because I know this has been a very long session for you, and I'm not sure I'm going to say anything that's really a whole lot different from what you've heard, but with my experience, I might be able to affirm a few things for you. So, as you know, my name is Kathy Cuddy-Egbert. I'm a recently retired superintendent, currently an education consultant, a member of the New Hampshire Civics Coalition, a member of the New Hampshire Association of School Administrators, a parent of 2 daughters, and the wife of a political science professor. So that might have something to do with my perspective. I'm here today to testify in support of SB 216. And I do want to make it clear, however, I'm testifying on my own behalf. And you've already heard that there's broad support, that this is a nonpartisan bill, so I don't need to elaborate on that. I think it's clear to everyone that children in the United States attend schools across the country, have a right to a free public education, and that has everything to do with civics.
Our form of government requires an educated citizenry in order to participate fully and to self-govern successfully. The primary purpose behind the founding of public education was to educate children of all walks of life together to develop some common knowledge and understandings and citizenship. And I know you've heard that before, but I think it's so important that I wanted to say it again. In recent years, math, literacy, and science have been the primary focus in school. And unfortunately, and you've heard this before as well, that high-stakes testing in these areas has intensified this focus. The result has been less time and attention devoted to civics. Educating students in math, literacy, and science is necessary for an educated citizenry, but certainly not sufficient. And you've heard about all of the reports indicating how important civics education is, so I'm not going to go into any of that again. But I do think one of the most important elements of SB 216 is the fact that it elevates the importance of civics education. With the decrease in attention to social studies, one of the things that has concerned me, and you've heard this before too, is the increase of incivility in our public discourse. Political polarization has made it increasingly difficult for our government to forge a consensus about how to address our country's many challenges. The evidence that students need to learn that conflict is an inherent part of our democracy and that we must help develop the ability to weigh evidence. And this is, I think this has maybe not gotten a lot of attention in some of the discussion, but weighing evidence, analyzing primary sources, understanding conflicting perspectives, making evidence-based arguments, and especially demonstrating a respect for complexity and differing perspectives and engaging in respectful dialogue. Now, naturally, there has to be a content and knowledge base in order to do all of that. So, contrary to some of the discussion that you heard today, I believe that's implied. Of course, there has to be a knowledge base. As with math, literacy, and science, civics education needs to begin early. And again, a little bit of a different twist. I was an early childhood educator. That's one of the areas that I taught before I became an administrator. And going through my schools when I was a superintendent, teachers begin civics in kindergarten with activities, not just voting on certain things, but such classroom morning meetings, lessons about people in the neighborhood and those citizens in the neighborhood and what they contribute to society. Student responsibilities, developing the classroom and making sure that there's a sense of community and responsibility as students participate in that classroom. So teachers are incorporating civics now, but I do agree that they need to do it in a more intentional and developmentally sequenced manner. There's a lot of time spent on professional development for reading, science, and math, but little time spent on professional development for civics education. I think you've heard that, there needs to be resources, et cetera. So I think if the importance of civics were elevated, we'd see more of a focus on professional development. And I'm going to try to wrap this up because I can see that you are all tired. So in summary, I believe civics education is important for our children to have the tools necessary to sustain the democracy. And I don't think it's too dramatic to say that our democracy depends on it. And I do hope that you will support SB 216, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Any questions from the committee? I just have one. You mentioned that you think there's an implied knowledge base.
I do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was looking at, I don't know if you have a copy of the bill.
I do.
I was wondering if you think line 21, 22 under 1B goes in the direction that you're looking for in terms of a base knowledge.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you very much.
And I believe that is our last, no? Yes, right. Yeah, and it is the last bill also. We are going to postpone the last bill. We've talked to the prime sponsor and all, and we will put, no, she did not want to wait. And I'm not sure how many of us wanted to wait. So SB 135 will be put off to another date. So with that, I think we are free for the rest of the day. Until tomorrow morning, that is.
That's all I have. I won't have to wait until we're done. I want, if you want, you can stay longer if you want.